which we should focus from today. And we should make sure that the 3 things which only human can do and 4 things where the human loop can work, we should concentrate only on that. I don't know what is the accuracy of AI. I don't still believe that it can compete with us in respect of contextual accuracy or emotional accuracy. So I think AI is not a threat at all. It can be used for our benefit. Only thing is you should bifurcate your work into 3 parts: complete AI, human loop, and complete human. So all strategic decisions, all decisions where emotions and context are required should be done by AI, should be done by human and not by AI. That is my initial thought process.
Perfect.
Just want to add one thing, that capital market is the, rather we can say, real showing the picture कि what is coming forward. जब हम देखते थे आज से 50 साल पहले टॉप 10 इंडस्ट्रीज या मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन क्या था, 15 साल पहले क्या था, 10 साल पहले क्या था, आज क्या था और आज से 10 साल बाद क्या होगा. So at one point of time, top 10 companies were different, and today it's different. And just day before yesterday, SpaceX have listed with a 2 trillion market capitalization. The whole Taiwan, the market capitalization of only one company, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is around 1.5 trillion. Samsung. So AI तो आ गया है, हमें कैसे अडॉप्ट करना ही हमारे ऊपर.
Perfect, fantastic. Big round of applause for the inputs given by both of the panelists. And you may not believe, Mr. Deshpande, Devinder Bhai, Deva, मैं थोड़ा formal रखते हैं ना इसलिए I thought. Devinder Bhai, when I checked the data, you beautifully explained whether there is a threat by AI or not. And in fact, that's what I personally feel. Now the times are different. It's not about leaving what you are doing. So you beautifully orated that we run behind a new area of work, if maybe IBC, maybe registered valuers, although the figures are different, by the way. I've got the numbers. Out of the 4,555 insolvency professionals in the country, registered IPs, I'm one of them, Ashish Bhai is one of them, Manish Bhai is one of them, I know. We are only 1,250. So out of 500 approximately insolvency professionals in the country, 1,250 are company secretaries. Now look at it. Look at it. The opportunity is lying, but we'll have to grab it. When you compare this data, that we are almost 1/3 insolvency professionals in the country and number 2 in the country otherwise, chartered accountants, cost accountants, MBAs, engineers, all of them can be insolvency professionals, but still we are number 2 in the overall number of insolvency. When it comes to registered valuers, we are far below. Out of the 6,108 registered valuers, our members registered with ICSI RVO, which is registered valuer, are only 259. So I asked myself what Devinder Bhai said, whether we really run behind an opportunity. In my view, and that's my next question to Ashish Bhai, and that's the precursor to the question, that in my view, that times are not one of those where we learn something and a new opportunity comes and we forget what we have learned. No, that's what we don't do. I haven't done that, by the way. And there are so many examples I have seen in my career. My mentor, Satvinder ji, who is former Central Council member, he's unfortunately not here. He's in the US at the moment. And I remember when he started his career, he was a company secretary in a company, handling the compliances only. From there, he went into a merchant banking entity. He handled the merchant banking unit. He handled capital markets. He handled IPOs. From there, he started handling legal advisory matters. From there, handling corporate restructuring. But from there, he started handling insolvency matters. From there, he started handling mergers acquisition. But doesn't mean that he left what he was doing on day 0. In 30 years, he has built a team. So building team. So he picked up people who was like me. I was doing at that time corporate restructuring, and he asked NPS, I see sparking you to do litigation. Why don't you go to court? And I started appearing. And from there till now, we have built a team. And I've seen so many company secretaries sitting here who have built such a strong team, because with a team, TEAM, together everyone achieves more. That's how we'll have to grow. And I feel, Ashish bhai, times are not that we do not run. And that's what, Deva bhai, yes, I think when a new opportunity comes, we should run behind that opportunity. In fact, I many times see our members not running. This RV number, registered valuer, tells us whether we are not skilled to do registered valuation. We are. But why are we not still enrolling ourselves? We will, as a profession, we'll have to answer ourselves honestly. The numbers are revealing and telling on its own. 259 out of 6,100 registered valuers. It means there's huge scope for our members to learn. And this is a skill, as Deva said, is very right. You know, I do this to myself. People say an apple a day keeps the doctors away, keep a doctor away. And I feel for us as a professional, a skill and additional new skill is the only way we can keep growing. And I think that's what Ashish bhai has done. And in this niche area, everyone will have to find its own niche. That's what Ashish bhai has done. Now he is into wealth management. It doesn't mean that he is not doing work as a practicing company secretary. Doesn't. I can see my elder brother, Mr. G.S. Sareen, who is a practicing company secretary from Chandigarh. He is still a practicing company secretary and arguing matters in NCLT against topmost senior advocates of the country. How? Because one will have to take that challenge, courage, and that passion to do it. Now, when Ashish bhai can venture into investment banking and have a separate entity of wealth management, why can't we all do? And how can, I asked myself, I was never aware. Few days back, a company secretary in employment, very close friend Deva, called up. यार ये तुम DPDP करते हो? मैंने कहा यार मैं नहीं करता, मेरा पार्टनर है वो करता है. I was asking myself, यार ये आगे कुछ पूछ न ले मेरे से, क्योंकि मैंने तो DPDP अभी पढ़ा नहीं, तो मेरे को तो आता भी नहीं, और ये पूछ लेगा तो बेइज्जती खराब हो जाएगी. तो देन आई सेड यार रुक एक मिनट, मैं ऑफिस में हूँ, उसको ले लेता हूँ. बिफोर ही कुड आस्क मी, तो मैं इमीडिएटली उसके पास गया, पार्टनर के पास. मैंने कहा यार एक तो इसने पूछ लिया, तू मेरे को एक ना ब्रीफ बता भी दियो DPDP में है क्या, मेरे को नहीं पता, मैंने करा ही नहीं अभी तक. तो एंड ही इज अ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी बाय द वे, माय पार्टनर हु इज नाउ एन एक्सपर्ट. एंड देन आई सेड कि यार अपने मेंबर क्यों नहीं करते? कह रहे नहीं सर करते हैं, देवा सर कर रहे हैं. मैं कहा कौन? देविंदर. कह रहा हाँ. कह रहा वो कई कंपनीज की DPDP कंप्लायंसेस देख रहे हैं. सो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर सो मेनी मेंबर्स हु आर डूइंग सो मेनी niche areas of practice which we are not aware of. Honestly, I was not aware till my partner told me. And that's how, Ashish bhai, I feel what Deva said, a new opportunity coming our way, no need to leave it, run behind it fully, but create a team. Somebody else should be given that opportunity to handle what you were handling earlier. You will have to, please don't have that insecurity. I have seen that in few of the professionals. Don't have that insecurity. We'll have to do away with this insecurity and then do. I remember Ashish bhai, when he was the president, fortunately I was also in his council as a council member when he was the president, and he was propagating very hard for formulating MDPs. Now times are of multidisciplinary firms, times are gone. People expect to go to a one-stop shop. People expect, the clients expect not from going from one place to another. They want everything under one roof. So Ashish bhai, do you feel times have now come for all our members, particularly the company secretaries in practice, to start forming MDPs and then grow with the pace? Ashish bhai.
So, जब मैं पूना आया था और ट्रेनिंग कर रहा था तो मुझे बहुत ज्यादा मराठी नहीं आती थी, बट कुछ सेंटेंस थे जो हर किसी को मालूम थे और हर जगह दिख जाते थे. हाथ दाखवा, बस थांबा. सो बहुत सारी बसेस चल रही हैं. एक IBC की बस है, एक वैल्यूएशन की बस है, एक AI की बस है, एक कंप्लायंस सर्टिफिकेट की बस है. ये आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि आपको कौन सी बस को रोक के कहां पे जाना है. सो देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स, एंड इफ यू हैव सो मेनी पार्टनर्स, तो अलग अलग बस में अलग अलग व्यक्ति जा सकता है और वापस उसी जगह पे आके वापस मिल सकता है. सो यदि मैं MDP की बात करूं, या रादर MDP से पहले मैं बात करूंगा मेगा फर्म की या बड़ी फर्म्स की, एंड पूना इज नोन फॉर दैट. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर पूना, बिकॉज पूना हैज told to the entire company secretaries that mega firms can be created and can be maintained and can be run for a longer period. Uske baad, when we were discussing about this mega firms or multidisciplinary firms, we have found only, I think, 5 या 6 firms are there जहां पे 10 से ज्यादा पार्टनर है कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज में. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की मोर देन 100 पार्टनर्स की अप्रोक्सीमेटली 250 फर्म्स है. तो आज की तारीख में आई थिंक इंपॉर्टेंस ये है कि एक आइडिया आपको मूट करना पड़ेगा. आपको किस टाइप के पार्टनर्स चाहिए, आपकी वेवलेंथ किससे मैच होती है, आप किनके साथ लॉन्गर पीरियड में काम कर सकते हो. सी वन आइडिया यदि आप जनरेट करते हो, इट टेक्स लॉट ऑफ टाइम. थॉमस एडिसन ने भी अप्रोक्सीमेटली 2774 टाइम्स फेल्यूर किया था, तब जाके सक्सेस मिली थी. सो हर किसी के मन में सिर्फ एक ही डर है, यार फर्म बनाई नहीं चली तो क्या होगा, टूट गई तो क्या होगा, रेपुटेशन का क्या होगा, मेरे इंडिविजुअल काम का क्या होगा, हम सब मिलके साथ में काम कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे. सो वन आइडिया हैज टू बी जनरेटेड. एंड उससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट क्या, आइडिया छोटा बड़ा नहीं है, बट एग्जीक्यूशन मेक्स इट बिग. हाउ यू एग्जीक्यूट इट. कमिटमेंट मेक्स इट बिग, कि आपका उस फर्म के लिए कमिटमेंट कितना है. कंटिन्यूटी मेक्स इट बिग, कि आप उसको कितने लंबे टाइम तक चला रहे हो. एंड इवेंचुअली जब वो फर्म बड़ी हो जाएगी तो आपको पता पड़ेगा कि आपने बहुत बड़ा कुछ कर लिया. बिकॉज आज की तारीख में, पर्टिकुलरली टुडेज टाइम व्हेन देयर आर सो मेनी फ्रूट्स इन द बास्केट, कि आपको आईबीसी का भी काम करना है. लाइक एनपीएस सेट की एक फ्रेंड ने पूछ लिया कि अरे डीपीआईटी का काम बट मैंने नहीं किया, बट मेरी फर्म में कोई तो करता है. वैल्यूअर 350 ही है, बट मेरी फर्म में या मेरा एसोसिएट कोई तो है जो वैल्यूएशन भी करता है, कोई तो है जो आईबीसी भी करता है, कोई तो है जो एनसीएलटी भी करता है. So you have to create that basket. It may be your partners, it may be your core partners, it may be your designated partners, it may be your associates, it may be your... So that is the key. और आज तो ठीक है, अभी चल जाएगा, एमसीए के फॉर्म्स भी आप फाइल कर लोगे, आगे की प्रैक्टिस भी कर लोगे, बट 10 years down the line, when AI definitely will be in a big way, it will be very difficult to survive for a smaller practice or the solo practice or the isolated practice. हो सकता है अभी AI टूल MCA में भी आ गया. मनीष भाई बताएंगे, regularly interacting with the ministry that now the new forms of filing will be AI based. आपको बहुत सारी चीजें फिल करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी, ऑटोमेटिक फिल आ जाएगा. तो कितना काम बचेगा. लाइक आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि वो काम खत्म हो जाएगा. एज देवा सेड, it's your core area. So core area will remain the core, but how to create the niche area, that is important. And as far as MDP is concerned, our council has done a great job कि CS प्रोफेशन, बाकी के 2, 3, 4 जो भी हमारे सिस्टर प्रोफेशन हैं और जो MDP में आएंगे, उनसे कहीं भी कम नहीं रहेगा. सो हमारा प्रोटेक्शन उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है MDP में, which our council has ensured. Otherwise MDP 2015 में कॉन्सेप्ट स्टार्ट हुआ था और अभी तक इवॉल्व हो रहा है, एग्जीक्यूशन स्टेज पर नहीं आया. रीजन बिहाइंड दैट, वी वांट अ लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड एंड आवर प्रोफेशनल्स should always be at par with the other professionals while doing the secretarial audit, while doing the certifications, while doing the audits. So yes, MDP will be future. If you will say NPS has told that one of the company secretary is my partner, we can say one of the advocate is our partner, one of the chartered accountant is our partner. Partner not in literal sense, but associate, close associate, कि यार वो काम कर देगा, उससे बात कर लो. So here is the key. Next time, next decade will be for the mega firms and MDPs only. That is my firm belief. और उसके लिए सिर्फ 3-4 चीजें चाहिए जो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं और जो हम सब में, because we are into the practice. 6 qualities are required, and one shloka is there: uddamam, sahasam, dhairya, buddhim, shakti, parakrama. शेडते यत्र वर्तन्ते देवम सहायकृत. यदि ये 6 क्वालिटी किसी के पास है, उद्यमिता हम में है क्योंकि हम प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, साहस करेज है, 1 तारीख को सैलरी नहीं चाहिए, साहस है हम में वो, धैर्य, हमसे ज्यादा पेशेंस ही नहीं। 28 तारीख को फॉर्म आता है, 29 को फाइल कर देते हैं, फीस अगले साल 29 को आती है। बुद्धि, तभी हम सीएस बन पाए, शक्ति, हमारी कलेक्टिवनेस एंड पराक्रम। सो ये 6 क्वालिटीज हैं, तो आपकी एमडीपी तो सक्सेस होगी ही होगी।
क्या बात है, इसका कोई तोड़ नहीं हो सकता। आशीष भाई इज इम्पेकेबल स्टाइल। देवेंद्र भाई, वी आर रनिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम एज ऑलवेज, सो आई थिंक now what the president yesterday mentioned was very critical. I think the last question somebody asked in the open house, and the president answered this, that he feels that in the next decade company secretaries have to go global. And we have already, from your presidentship, I remember in your presidentship you coined this term, and you had somehow taken the clue from our secretary Mr. Ashish Mohan's address somewhere, that company secretary is a preferred professional. And Deva Bhai then in the entire year in his presidentship slept with this idea of CS as a preferred professional, got up also and brushed his teeth also with this idea of CS as a preferred professional. By the way, whatever you feel I have said so far in the last 30 minutes is not by me, is by this book which was issued by the institute under the presidentship of Mr. Devendra Deshpande in 2022, which is named as CS, a preferred professional. So don't give credit to me. Take out that book. If somebody wants, I have that soft copy of the book. You can send a WhatsApp to me. I'll forward that. And by the way, you will be amazed to know the kind of opportunities which are mentioned over there. Maritime laws, IPR yesterday mentioned, forensic audit, fundraising, advisory MSME, GST professional, ADR, a social impact assessor, and so much. I'll take at least to mention the kind of opportunities which we have already penned down in that booklet, which is available on WhatsApp itself, which I'll forward if required. Deva Bhai, now I think, and this global, because I have fortunately got the opportunity to chair the International Affairs Committee of the Institute for 2 years. And my colleague Rupanjana also was the chairperson for that, and we were together also working on it. I think now we have become global professionals. I don't know how many of us, hall is full by the way, I don't know how many of us are aware. By the way, how many overseas centers are there of your own institute? How many? जिसको पता है वो मत बताना. Anybody? Try. One. How many overseas centers? कहाँ पे है हमारा ओवरसीज सेंटर? है कोई इंस्टीट्यूट का, या सिर्फ ये इंस्टीट्यूट पुणे, दिल्ली, चंडीगढ़ यही है सिर्फ? बॉम्बे कहाँ है? कहीं है इंडिया से बाहर है कोई ओवरसीज? कहाँ है? दुबई. दुबई सबसे नजदीक है, सबको पता है. और कोई? ऑस्ट्रेलिया, बहुत बढ़िया. और कोई? यूके, बहुत बढ़िया. 3 हो गए. और कनाडा, बहुत बढ़िया. और यूएस, बहुत बढ़िया. और कहा? सिंगापुर, बहुत बढ़िया. और अरे पता है आपको तो. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर योर ओन सेल्फ दैट we have 6 overseas centers. Why I have mentioned with so much of force is because what our president mentioned yesterday. And Deva Bhai, what are the kind of opportunities, particularly our association with CSIA, ICGN, and so many international associations, and our president and vice presidents have been chairing the international associations also. And I remember, and it's not that we company secretaries of India are not known globally. We are. In fact, the secretarial standards formed by your own institute, by the way, were adopted. Adopted means CCP, cut, copy, paste with whatever changes required. And me and our extraordinary, enterprising, and forever available president to the institute, Mr. Ranjit Pandey, we both went to Malaysia. Malaysian Association of Company Secretaries, as they call it, MACS, Malaysian Association of Corporate Secretaries, invited us and then asked us for permission. Government allowed, and our secretarial standards were adopted by them. In this context, Deva Bhai, what do you feel are the opportunities which are lying for our members from a global perspective?
So basically, again, whatever I said in the initial thing was run behind other things, but don't leave it what you have. So we have a lot of global opportunities, but first concentrate on what is in your hand. Like I can ask, like you ask so many questions, hand raise and all. I'm not that good person to ask people for raising hands, but definitely we all work. See, I'll give you a very simple example. We all work in CSR. So as a company secretary, what we do? एक CSR का किसी ट्रस्ट को रेफरेंस दे दिया, अपना एनुअल रिपोर्ट बना दिया. That's it. So we are happy with that small work which we do in CSR. How many of us really do a assessment? Anybody from this hall who has done a CSR assessment? 1, 2, 3, that's it. Out of 700 people sitting here, only 3 people. And wherein this opportunity is available since 2013. And there is no specific person who can do a assessment, impact assessment. So why can't a company secretary do that? And CSR is the closest subject for us. So why we can't venture into it? The problem is, first eat whatever you have. And you have lot of things to eat. If you take one section of Companies Act, I think you can build your entire career on that. That is what I believe. And if you take just CSR, you can build your empire on CSR. Just by advising, just by connecting people, and that will be helpful for the society as well. So first take the opportunities which are available here. Yeah. Keep your eyes, ears open, because wherever there is no specific professional which has been mentioned. You can take an example of social audit. Yeah, I remember Narsihan sir and me, we visited SEBI. Few years back, they said, ki, no, we are not going to give it to you. It is for somebody else. Still we tried. And then we found that, yes, we are equally capable of handling all these social audits. All non-financial audits are our forte. First, let me take that. Then we think about the global profession. And I don't know, but there is a limit in our mind that whenever we talk about practicing globally, we always think about getting a client from abroad, incorporating a company, that's it. Therefore, if you check the syllabus which we brought in 2022, the entire subject was called as setting up of business. Why, as a company secretary, I don't want to get into only incorporation of the company. I want to set up a company, a industry in India for a person abroad. That should be my target. That should be my goal. Then only we can say that we are practicing globally. That is one part of it. Second, how many of us have tried to incorporate company abroad for our clients in India? That's a huge opportunity. Nowadays, every small startup wants to have a branch abroad or a subsidiary abroad. Why can't we enter into it? It's a big area. So I think global practice, when we talk about it, try to think very big. We always have been thinking in a very narrow mind. Don't blame me if I'm wrong, but still, company secretaries need to open up their mind, think big. So unless we think big, we cannot become big. So that's what I think, and we are capable of thinking big and doing really big. So with the MDPs, with the mega firms, we can take up any challenge. And I think our syllabus, our institute, our professional, our bonding. So when we all are sitting here, we are talking about own development, professional development. So that is a unity which our institute has. And again, with the morality, we can reach the highest level. So that's my thought process on global opportunity.
पीसीएस डे पे मैं हमेशा 2 लाइनें बोलता हूँ. आज मुझे वापस वो 2 लाइनें याद आ गई. जब से पीसीएस डे चालू हुआ, आई वॉज द पीसीएस कमेटी चेयरमैन व्हेन वी हैव mooted दिस आइडिया, और तब से आज तक चल रहा है. और अभी थोड़े दिन पहले ही बशीर बद्र साहब का इंतकाल हुआ है. उन्हीं की ये 2 लाइनें हैं कि हम तो दरिया हैं, अपना सफर जानते हैं. हम तो दरिया हैं, अपना सफर जानते हैं, जिस तरफ भी चल पड़ेंगे रास्ता हो जाएगा. सो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल मैटर नहीं करता, आपको कहां जाना है वो आपको डिसाइड करना है. सो वे इज ऑलवेज देयर.
Great. I think we are short of time, so we'll do a quick rapid fire, which was suggested by Ashish Bhai only. I'll ask them short questions, and then we'll ask members also to ask us a couple of questions if time permits. And in this rapid fire, although Deva Bhai, just to supplement globally, I think many company secretaries here are dealing with companies abroad. And I have seen my experience, they really recognize our talent. I've worked with so many firms abroad, and I see that they feel Indians are the best brains to analyze. Indians are the best brains when it comes to following what Satinder Sartaaj recently came out with a song, Mehnat Nahi Chhadni. There's a song which you must read the lyrics also. Mehnat Nahi Chhadni. I can't mention a quote like Ashish Bhai, but there's a song which I almost hear whenever I feel low or whenever I feel that, yeah, I argued well, I did my best, still I got an unfavorable judgment. Then again I hear that song, Mehnat Nahi Chhadni, chahe milan lakh, chahe milan crore. So even if you get a lakh of rupees or crores, doesn't matter, you will have to do your hard work, and that's how you will be growing with that hard work. Deva Bhai, my rapid fire round starts with Ashish Bhai, being an elder and the eldest here. AI, a friend, a competitor, or a force multiplier?
All three depends how you use it, but for me, it's a force multiplier.
If every compliance, Deva Bhai, if every compliance is automated, where will the company secretary create value?
Where will?
The company secretaries create value.
So it's a rapid fire. How
Oh,
can
I was testing you. Whether you will start answer. It's a judgment, strategic advice, governance wisdom.
maybe governance wisdom.
Strategic advice for me.
So no, I don't want to have a judgment writing on this. The greatest contribution of company secretaries to corporate India in the next decade will be building trust, strengthening governance, enabling ethical growth. Ashish Bhai.
Enabling ethical growth.
Sure?
Yeah.
What will matter more in the next decade? Influence over designation, judgment over information, strategy over compliance.
Strategy over compliance. Always, I am a strategic person. You have asked me, you are asking me. Now over to Deva.
What's the biggest opportunity for the profession, Deva Bhai? ESG leadership, startup ecosystem, or governance consulting?
All of the above.
All of the above. That's not an option given. What is the biggest threat to the profession? Complacency, AI illiteracy, failure to upskill.
Failure to observe.
I would say all three.
No.
In my view here, all three are critical.
I still
think we can
limited
go-
approach towards our work is the biggest threat to our profession. That's what I believe.
If you had to advise a 25-year-old student or a 20-year-old student, and obviously I know that you guys are the real brand ambassador, and for all of us, the career awareness starts at home. Deva Bhai's daughter is doing CS, Ashish Bhai, Manish Bhai's son is doing CS. So all of us do that career awareness exercise starting from our home, and that's how I feel. Yesterday somebody in the open house mentioned one member, one cap every day, because we have 80,000. By the way, in 1960, when GDCS was there, 318 company secretaries were given that certificate, diploma, government diploma, out of 965. From 318 in 1960, by the way, we have come to a number of 80,000. So, big round of applause for your own self for that. So, Deva Bhai, if you have to advise a 21-year-old CS student in just one sentence, what would that be? Never stop learning, learn business, not just law. Communication is your biggest differentiator.
The last one, communication is your biggest differentiator.
Okay, great.
Never stop learning. स्वाध्याय प्रमद.
Yes.
आचार्य देवो भव, मातृ देवो भव, पितृ देवो भव. ये हमारा जो मोटो है उसके बाद की लाइन है. सत्यम वद धर्मम चर स्वाध्याय प्रमद. Never stop your study.
Absolutely. So this idea of having this rapid fire was given by Ashish Bhai. There are at least 20 more questions which were given by ChatGPT. These are not created by all of us. Yes. Because you yesterday special guest mentioned you will have to find commas. No, there are no commas when I say it. So I could have taken the credit, but I am not habitual of taking someone else's credit, so I will not. But the idea was given by Ashish Bhai that we should have a rapid fire. I can go on, But certainly, I think we can we take some questions? We have time for 5 minutes. Uh, uh, so Lakshmi ma'am says no, but I still say yes. Yes, sir. Please.
Can
couple
I?
of questions we'll have. सर आपने कल पूछ लिया था और आप बहुत अच्छे तरीके से पूछते हो. जितनी आपकी क्वालिफिकेशन है उतनी मेरी उम्र है. कसम परवरदिगार की मैं आपको दोबारा मिलके आपके सारे क्वेश्चनों का आंसर दूंगा.
Only
Sir.
2 lines.
सर.
Hi, good morning. Myself, CS Sagar Bodhe. I'm a practicing company secretary
Just
in
bit
Pune.
louder.
I'm a practicing company secretary in Pune. It's been a very fresh practice, almost like a startup. It's been hardly 1.5 years to 2 years right now. So I don't have a question per se, but this is what I'm doing right now. आप EPR करते हो. So what I do, what is EPR? Right. So I just check it, research, and I'm doing that. बट मुझे एक प्रॉब्लम ये आ रहा है कि यार आई एम द सोल प्रोप्राइटर, देयर इज नो टीम एंड ऑल, राइट, एंड आल्सो लुकिंग फॉर द इंटर्न एंड इट्स रियली टफ टू गेट इंटर्न दीस डेज. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यार क्या क्या करना चाहिए, कैसे करना चाहिए, बिकॉज it's going tough. So I seek some guidance from you senior professionals that how I can work this out, because काम करे, proposal बनाए, consult करे, convert करे, how, right? And this is also very true. I'm turning all the stones turn, right? पसारा करते हो, private security license, मंत्रालय जाता हो, I'm doing all those things. So this is very important. I believe that you should venture into every field, whatever you can do, and it really helps. So this is what I just wanted to say. Thank you so much. Yeah.
That was a suggestion. Thank you. Anyone else? Any question? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Somebody will have to give the mic. We are short of time, so please, the staff here will have to be really quick in assisting us. Ma'am, you can say. We'll be able to hear, I guess.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Swati. So in the recent times, we see economy, the market, everything is growing. But parallelly, the number of scams, misrepresentation, frauds are also increasing. And as governance professional, we certify various statements. But something which we have to keep in mind is the great accountability we hold towards all the stakeholders. And we are upholding the trust that people hold in our economy. So as governance professionals, what kind of vigilance we can take in order to prevent such malpractices and fraud which is taking place around us?
Eva?
I just think that whenever you sign with your digital signature or with your pen, there should be one song which should be sung behind your ears. Golmaal hai bhai, sab golmaal hai. And don't affix your digital signature immediately. Read the form, close the form. After 5 minutes, you open the form again and then sign. And you should be close to the business so that you will understand the promoter's genuineness. Then only you should be able to certify it without any fear, and you can have a sound sleep every night. Thank you.
And in addition thereto, Ashish bhai will supplement. You want to?
यदि अंधकार से लड़ने का संकल्प कोई कर लेता है तो एक अकेला जुगनू भी सब अंधकार हर लेता है. तो आपको वही जुगनू बनना है. आपको ध्यान रखना है कि आपको रोशनी किससे लेनी है और आपको कितना विजिलेंस रखना है.
And additionally, when I argue matters on behalf of company secretaries before disciplinary committees of different institutes or even in the appellate authority, I argue this, and recently there's a judgment from Bombay High Court also, beautifully curating what is the scope, what is the responsibility of a company secretary. Just by us signing doesn't mean that we own that. The balance sheet even is made by the board of directors, it's not made by me. And I remember, I'll not name a company, very close friend who was a company secretary in employment, ma'am, was our client, and he got absolutely, he was questioned by SEBI. It was a big corporate fraud of the country, still going on, and he was given an absolute clean chit because he was the one who resigned the first. He was the one who sent emails to the board. So it is, you will have to introspect and ask question to your own self. अपनी नौकरी बचा रहे हो या अपना धर्म अदा कर रहे हो? If you are doing your job well, then you should not be worrying about whether you will get that job or you will be asked to leave that job on day next. And that's how, when we give this representation recently, secretarial auditor term is being proposed to have 5 years like a statutory auditor. At the same time, whether there is a process of removal of secretarial auditor, the ministry will say, yes, it will have to be incorporated because nobody can be given that unfettered right to navigate the things on their own. So it is up to you. How do you save yourself? How upfront you are? You should have those emails which that company secretary had sent to the board helped him. He said, मैं क्या करूं? मैंने तो बोला था ये मत करो, इसके लिए आपको resolution लगता है. वो नहीं माने, मैंने छोड़ दी नौकरी, मैं क्या करूं? तो how I am part of the corporate fraud is what you should keep in mind. I hope I am clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Last question. No question. Great. No question. Sir, आपसे पूछूंगा ना मैं?
Hi sir, I have one question.
हाँ जी, बोलो,
I am
young
CS
sir.
Dikshant Malhotra from Gurgaon.
हाँ जी,
So
हाँ जी,
basically, sir,
दीक्षांत भाई.
compliance is a like integral part of our profession. But I think being a KMP and being a governance professionals, we should more focus on command. So how we can move forward from compliance to command? This is my question. So I need your
with respect to what?
command in board, command with respect to what we are saying, command with respect to ethical governance practices.
Ajit.
I think the times have changed. Now the company secretaries don't only do the compliance; they are in the board meetings. They actually run the entire board meetings. If you look at bigger companies with good compliance culture, you will see company secretary is a nodal person to whom every independent director will speak. They will understand that what is going on in the company. All the functional heads will report to him. They will talk to him whether any intimation is required to be done. So it is not only about compliance. So we as a company secretary, I always believe you should be nearer to the business. You should help the business. Yeah. As a practicing company secretary, there might be an area wherein you are connecting two of your clients.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is what we should think about. So slowly we have to change from, so we should not leave the compliance again. The basic thing you should keep and then look for the bigger opportunities of command and all. That's what I think.
I think,
So,
Dikshant, I'll
that's
add to what Deva has said. C, compliance. C, you said command. In my view, it's confidence. If you have confidence of what you know, what you want to express, leave the board. I mean, even the Chief Justice of India will hear to you. You should know what you are talking about. You should be confident, and confidence comes from preparation. So if you will be prepared, I'm sure you will command not only them, everyone. I think we'll close the session now. We can, Milind, if you allow. We are here. We are already late. I know the session is captivating. So as our panelists. And my last statement, getting inspired from Ashish Bhai, is that I'm sure you all are here in such a large number. And what I remember and I've learned is that मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी, भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. You have all have left from your home. We are here to learn. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We've truly started on a very high note with the past leadership and the current leadership discussing on what the future of our profession will look like. So thank you so much, sir. As a token of gratitude for sharing such valuable wisdom with all of us, I now request CS Vineet Chaudhary, sir, to kindly come on stage along with our session moderator to felicitate our speaker for this discussion. Can we have the memento? Please put your hands together as we felicitate our speaker, CS Ashish Garg, sir. Thank you. I request CS Vineet Chaudhary, sir, to kindly be on stage as we felicitate our second speaker, CS Devendra V. Deshpande, sir. Please put your hands together for our second speaker of this session. Thank you so much, dignitaries. We now move forward with our special session by Lex Ledger Solutions Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be by Mr. Carl Patriwala from Lex Ledger Solutions Private Limited. And I request each one of you to put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Carl Patriwala from Lex Ledger Solutions Private Limited. I now request CS Swapnil Bhimrao Patole, Chairman Kolhapur Chapter of ICSI, and CS Shivam Baghel, Member Managing Committee Indore Chapter, to kindly come on stage to welcome our special session speaker. Sure. Mr. Carl Patrawala leads corporate sales at LexLedgers.ai, India's first purpose-built legal and tax AI platform designed for legal compliance and tax professionals. We shall now welcome our special session speaker with a planter. Sir brings over a decade of experience spanning investment banking at JP Morgan, private banking, giving him a sharp understanding of high-stakes regulatory compliance environments. At LexLedgers.ai, he works closely with corporate legal teams, company secretaries, and compliance functions to embed AI in our day-to-day work. We welcome you, sir. I now hand over the session to our speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. So before I start and explain what LexLedgers does, let me quickly take you through some of the concerns our esteemed guests had before we joined. They actually did half of the work, half of my work for myself. So they mentioned they did not want to name the AI that helps them do all the work. I'm sure they were mentioning LexLedgers. So we aren't really a threat. We're here to augment your workflow. We would like to show you some of our clients that trust us with AI. I would also like to mention that we have a couple of onboarded clients in the audience itself. So we already have a lot of company secretaries using our platform. You can do things. You can do multiple things with LexLedgers. So what I'll start off with, since I don't have a lot of time, I'll quickly take you through what LexLedgers does. So we have 3 modules currently. We have an Ask module, we have an Interact module, and we have a Drafting module. So the Ask module is where you do your legal research. So if you're a company secretary, and if you go to the Ask module, you can ask any sort of question you have with regards to, say, a notification, a SEBI circular. You can ask extremely detailed question and get answers to. There was a gentleman in the audience who said he is a sole proprietor, and he had trouble with his entire proprietorship. So what he could have done here was gone to LexLedgers, gone to the research section, asked specific questions. So here, we've asked the question saying, what is the approval process for related third-party transactions under Section 188 of the Companies Act 2013? Now, when we ask the question, you'll get an output in an extremely detailed IRAC format, which is your issue, your rule, your application, and conclusion. You can use this research and keep yourself updated at all times. So here you can see what LexLedgers has done is it has rephrased your prompt. So someone also mentioned, the guests also mentioned that you have to put a one page prompt to get a 4-page output. So LexLedgers does that for you. You don't have to do that yourself. You'll rephrase your prompt to make it more extremely detailed. And now you can see it'll give you the output in a very detailed version. Also, the output that you will get judgments, all your bare acts, circulars, everything that is used in the output, you'll get on the right-hand side, and you can go and check these and download them. So this will give you a very detailed version of the output. Research, I don't think research is that valid for company secretaries, but it'll obviously help you in your work. We'll let this load in the background, and we'll take you through to the Interact module. So as you can see over here, it's giving you the rule, the application. Yeah. Now we go to the Interact module. So Interact module is where I think it'll help company secretaries the most. So here you can do things like, as Sir mentioned. So we have, say you upload a transcript. So we have a transcript of an investor call. you go to your prompt library. So you can go ahead and save prompts. And then you can just go ahead and start interaction. And now what it'll do is it'll create a minutes of meeting, which is similar to what Sir mentioned that Gemini does. But when you put your documents on Gemini, where do your documents go? Where's the security? So here it is saved on Indian servers. Shubham, you can just refresh it. So you can save it on Indian servers. It's completely secure. And here you can even upload files that you have templates to. So it'll create minutes of meeting depending on what exactly you want the structure to be. You can use these minutes. You can upload the minutes and find out where the red flags are. You can create summaries. You can create chronologies. And this is very specific to company secretaries. We have a lot more that we can show you. I don't have enough time. We are on stall number 8. We also have a specific limited time offer for company secretaries at this event. Anirudh is going around and giving you the limited time offer card. So please go ahead and check that out. And then finally, we also have the drafting module. So Shubham, if you can go to the drafting module, please. So here you can draft any sort of legal document. So you can draft a notice. Shubham, can you just show an example of a draft? So here we are asking it, we're going to an advanced version. So we have a couple of options in the advanced version. We have a reactive drafting and we have a proactive drafting. Reactive drafting is when you are replying to something that you've got, say you've got a notice, an appeal, just upload that and you just reply to that instantly. If you give it more context, if you give it reference files, it'll become even better. You can upload your entire case and ask it to just reply things based on that case. Excuse me. Yeah, now we can go ahead and draft. So here we are asking it to draft a board resolution for approving Mr. Rajesh Sharma as a CFO at ABC Private. Yeah, can you just go and draft? So this will do 80% of your work in 5-10 minutes, and it will leave you with where you can use your expertise the most. So yeah, and then it will draft the entire version for you. You can do multiple things with regards to drafting. All your files are saved on here until your subscription ends. You also can keep unlimited number of files. We have a free 7-day trial. So please go to lexledgers.ai, try it for free for 7 days. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to give you online virtual demos one-on-one so that we can answer specific questions that you might have. And then you can make edits in the draft as you go along. We also have a section called Mira. So what Mira does is, Mira is a new version of LexLegis where there will be agents. And Mira, you can do things like you can set up an agent to go, say, on an e-courts website every morning at 5 o'clock or multiple times in a day, check for any updates, or go to a SEBI website, check for any circulars that have been released over multiple times in a day. If there is a circular that's released, it will download the circular, summarize it, and send you an email, send you an alert, and send your clients specific alerts depending on your requirements. So yes, this is an extremely brief overview of LexLegis. Please visit our stall at stall number 8, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have in detail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an informative special session and for also taking us through the entire AI model. We now move forward to our next session, which is the panel discussion on disciplinary mechanism of ICSI. As we all know that professional ethics and professional excellence are both two sides of the same coin. The credibility of a professional also depends highly on how his integrity is and the accountability of our members are. So our next panel discussion focuses on the disciplinary mechanism and will provide valuable insights into our professional responsibility, the ethical conduct, and also the regulators' expectations. So ladies and gentlemen, for this, I now like to invite our panelists for this session, Shri Sunil Darhe, IA and AS retired, former Deputy CAG and Director General International Center for Environment Audit and Sustainable Development on stage. I also invite CS Manish Gupta, former President and Council Member ICSI, and our moderator for the session, CS Rishikesh Vag sir, Regional Council Member WIRC. Please put your hands together for our moderator and the session speakers. I would now like to request CS Hiten Sampat Sharma sir, Member, Managing Committee of Bhayandar Chapter, to please come on the dais and welcome our speaker, Shri Sunil Darhe, IA and AS retired, by presenting him a planter. Shri Sunil sir is a distinguished retired Indian Audit and Accounts Service officer with a robust academic background, holding MCom and from Pune University and a postgraduate diploma in management from MDI Gurgaon. His expertise encompasses the full spectrum of public audit, including auditing, compliance auditing, financial attest auditing. Additionally, he's a thought leader in environmental auditing and sustainable accounting. We welcome you, sir. I now request CS Sanjay Uttamrao Patare, Member WIRC, to please come on the dais to welcome our next speaker, which is CS Manish Gupta, former President ICSI, by presenting him a planter. I now request, since we do not have him at the moment, I request our session moderator. And I also request CS Yogesh Chaudhary sir to kindly come on stage, together with our session moderator, to felicitate our speaker, CS Manish Gupta sir. CS Manish Gupta is a fellow member of ICSI, a law graduate, and has a master's degree in commerce. He has been associated with the profession for the last 18 years. Please put your hands together for CS Manish Gupta sir. He's also been elected as the President of ICSI for the year 2023 after being re-elected for the term for the Central Council of 2023 to 2026. I now request our session moderator, CS Rishikesh Vag sir, to take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanskruti. In a conference, generally people come to attend and learn the new thing, new area of practices, or new opportunities. But perhaps this is one session where people will never like to become a case study, and that is the session is all about. Before I start or hand over the proceedings to our panelist, I've been always reminded by my seniors that our reputation travels faster than our resume. And that is the reason, because the CS degree will give us an door open opportunity. The experience will give us the path ahead, but the reputation will decide that where we are going, how long we will go, and where we are going to do. So all put together, the disciplinary mechanism always become a critical aspect, because that always gives a trust to the stakeholders, other authorities, and even our professional members, that we create a credible environment to achieve the highest integrity, maintain ethics and moral practices, and ultimately the role of company secretary, which has to be done in a systematic manner, because we have highest dependency in terms of the governance standards. So we cannot have much better panel or the highest authority available in our disciplinary mechanism. So that's the reason we thought that it is always important for a fresher company secretary as well as a senior most company secretary to understand the disciplinary mechanism, because it is not only for penal actions. it teaches us, or it gives a particular path which has to be followed while delivering our professional duties. That is the intention of today's session, and I think perhaps this is the most important aspect of a life of a company secretary, not a practice side, also on the employment side. So I will not take much of time. I'll request both the panelists to share their initial remarks or overall procedure which ICSI has and follows. Over to you, Manish sir.
Good morning. We are still in the morning, though we are learning late by almost 1 hour, but still this particular session has now been started in the morning hours only. So, Shri Dhadeji, one of the government nominees on the disciplinary committee of ICSI, moderator for the session, Rishikesh Wad. Thank you. Good morning to each and every participants who are present here. So, before I start with the formal introduction of the disciplinary proceedings, let me appreciate the thought process by the President ICSI. Immediately after the session on CS in next decade, he has put the session on disciplinary. I don't know the reasons why having those discussions on the CS opportunities available for the company secretaries in the next decade. Now we have to discuss about the disciplinary proceedings. The reasons must be that it is also very important. Whenever you are growing, you should always keep in mind the rules, regulation, and ethical standard which are required to be followed by each and every professionals in the days to come. Yesterday also our special guest mentioned about AI. And AI, how AI is going to help each one of us in the days to come. At the same time, AI can complement, supplement, and ease out the process of working. But at the same time, accountability and responsibility would always remain with the professionals. So with this note, let me begin how our mechanism of disciplinary works. And we'll take only a few minutes to give you an insight about how our disciplinary mechanism works. It is divided into 4 parts. The very first thing is the disciplinary directorate at the ICSI. Disciplinary directorate happens to be a senior level officer who is designated as a director of discipline at the ICSI. It is a statutory position as per the Act and the regulations. So it has to be notified decided by the council, and it has to be notified in the official gazette as well. Then comes the board of discipline. Board of discipline generally takes up the offenses or the violations which are captured in part 1, schedule 1, right? And the constitution of the board of discipline begins with one of the member who is having knowledge of law, integrity, and all those things, can be a member of the council, and other 2 members, one of whom shall be a member of the council, means a central council member. Another member has to be a secretary of ICSI. So the constitution of board of discipline is 1, the presiding officer who can be a member of the council, having knowledge about law, integrity, and all those disciplinary mechanism. Another member from the council, and secretary ICSI. And secretary of this board of discipline always has to be a director discipline. Is it clear? Let us move to the third part, which happens to be a disciplinary committee. Disciplinary committee is for the serious offenses, serious violations done by our company secretaries. And the constitution of disciplinary committee is little wider than the board of discipline. It has to be presided over by a president or a vice president, mandatory by a president or a vice president of the institute for that particular year. Then we have 2 more members from the council. to be duly elected by the council for each and every such year, and then 2 government nominees to be nominated by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Dhadeji is one of the government nominee nominated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and let me share with you the mentoring he is providing to each and every one of the member of the disciplinary committee. And I happen to be a member of either Board of Discipline or Disciplinary Committee for almost 7 years in my tenure of 8 years in the Central Council. I was part of the Board of Discipline for almost 3 years, first 3 years, 19, 20 and 21. 22 I became Vice President, so I was not fit to be part of the Board of Discipline, so I was thrown out by then President. Again, 23, being President of the ICSI, I got an opportunity to preside over the disciplinary committee, and since then I am member of the disciplinary committee. So these are the 3 mechanisms at the ICSI. Now comes the fourth part. Fourth part is little critical, which is appellate tribunal for the disciplinary proceeding. It happens to be a common tribunal for all 3 professional institutes, CS, CA and CWA. A common tribunal presided over by a retired judge of any high court. 2 of the members happens to be from each of the institute, and those members are mandatory, required to be a former council members. Means I am part of this council, so I would not be able to nominate it. My name cannot be nominated as a member of the appellate tribunal till I am part of the council. So it has to be a former council member. From our ICSI, this year, Ashish Garg and Rajiv Bajar are the 2 nominated members who happens to be a former council members of ICSI. And each institute, CA, CS, CWs have to nominate their former council members. And 2 of the members are to be nominated by, again, central government, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So let me also briefly share the powers lies with those three disciplinary mechanisms. Board of Discipline, one power is they can reprimand. Second power is they can remove the name of members up to the period of 3 months only, up to the period of 3 months, and impose such fine which may extend up to 1 lakh. So Board of Discipline has only 3 powers: reprimand, removal of name up to 3 months, or impose penalty up to 1 lakh. Disciplinary committee, I said, which is much larger for the serious offences. So the powers are again on a higher side. They can reprimand the member as usual. They can remove the name of any member permanently or for any such period as may deem fit, which is very critical, very serious. They can remove the name of any member permanently. Then comes, they can also impose the fine up to 5 lakh of rupees. When you go to the appellate may confirm, modify, set aside any of the orders passed by the Board of Discipline or the disciplinary committee. They can also impose penalty or set aside, reduce, enhance penalty if they deem fit. They can also refer it back to the Board of Discipline or disciplinary committee for further investigation and further orders, or they can pass any such order as they may deem fit. So this is the brief introduction about the disciplinary mechanism which is being adopted. Everything is crystal clear, provided in the rules, regulation, and the Act of ICSI. My humble request to each one of you, whenever you have any such notices by the disciplinary committee, disciplinary director, that any case has been initiated against you, don't get panic. Just go and read each and every such provision of the disciplinary mechanism, whether it is falling under Schedule 1, Schedule 2, which provision, which section, which clause. Then start working on it, then plan your actions based on the facts which is being provided by the disciplinary committee. Right? With this note, my initial remark would be concluded here itself, and I would be available for few questions which would be asked by the moderator. And wherever you are in trouble, it is always good to follow the rules, right? With this note, I may conclude my initial remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ade sir, may I request your third party opinion on the overall process?
Namaskar and good morning still to all of you. It's a very unusual session in a national convention of practicing company secretaries, but I thought, yes, this is an important session. And what I propose to do before we go into the questions and specifics by the moderator is that I want to be a little practical. Mr. Manish Gupta explained what is the disciplinary mechanism. What I propose to do is in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I want to talk about what creates disciplinary proceedings. In other words, what is it where a practicing company secretary needs to be careful? What is it that a practicing company secretary does or does not do, which may land him in trouble? And I also propose to deal a little with the changing environment which practicing company secretaries need to note in order to ensure that the disciplinary proceedings can be avoided by them. In fact, I was going through the Company Secretaries Act and the regulations, and I thought, let me look for definition of the word discipline. And frankly, there is no definition. The word discipline, as far as Company Secretaries Act is concerned, is not defined. The question that arises then is that, then what is it discipline and why should we need it and how do we have it? And then I thought of a definition which is not AI generated, but which is a little different from what traditional definitions would be. I thought discipline is that phenomenon which ensures that practicing company secretaries can dream of glory through diligence. If you want to have a glorious career, being diligent, what you need is discipline. And then from where does discipline come? I would say discipline comes by appreciating the role of practicing company secretaries, which I would say is based on three things. First, the regulations which govern your conduct, the regulations which govern what work you would do. Second, the trust which the system has in you. And the third, the perception of value of your service, which again lies in the minds of your stakeholders. And who are these stakeholders? In fact, a question which often comes is that, well, I am a professional and anyone can complain against me? The answer, unfortunately, is that, well, practically yes, anyone. But when do people complain? The answer is that when you do something, or when you do something inadvertently, or when you do something without being careful, there are four stakeholders who can be impacted. First and most important is the shareholders or investors. Second, the key managerial personnel. The third, the government. And the fourth, the people at large. If any one of them feel that your act of doing something or not doing something adversely impacts them, there is a likelihood of they complaining against you. And when they complain, if the complaint is serious, probably the disciplinary mechanism comes into place. What is it that leads to these perceptions of wrongdoing on occasions? Having been involved in deciding 200 plus cases in the last few years, I feel there are three things which lead to errors of omission or commission which eventually lead to disciplinary proceedings. First is excessive reliance on technology, where you just press buttons or you lend your digital signature to someone, trusting the person who is actually not trustworthy. Second is when the regulators have certain expectations, and mind well, the regulators now are not just Ministry of Corporate Affairs or Registrar of Companies, but even others like SEBI, for example. The third, when capital changes hands and there are games being played and the company secretaries fall into the trap of those games, yes, you'll end up in having complaints. Another thing I would like to say is that these days there are global comparisons and there are global games being played by various companies, being played by various stakeholders, and company secretaries often turn out to be soft targets where the disciplinary proceedings start because of certain complaints. What is it that we can do to avoid disciplinary proceedings altogether? Or how do we avoid misconduct as defined in the Company Secretaries Act or regulations? I would say again 3 or 4 things. First, the challenges which young professionals experience in their early life. What young professionals often tend to do is that they try to secure business, that they try to secure assignments bidding at a very low price or charging a very low fee. Now, this is something where low fees is not a consideration, but probably in order to get business, you often tend to overlook certain things, trusting people. A chartered accountant has given me this information, so it must be correct. And there, if there are errors, the penalty is paid by the company secretary because he has certified, he has filed. The second, these days, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in the course of compliance has used technology in a big way. So you'll find that in many filings or in many uploadings, you just need to tick or you just need to upload documents. I have come across cases in the disciplinary committee where some of our smart technology savvy secretaries, what they do is while uploading documents, there are instances where blank papers have been uploaded. Forget everything else. When you do such things, be sure someone, somewhere, someplace is going to catch you. And when you are caught, you have trouble asking for you. The next thing, the practicing company secretaries getting entangled in management disputes. That also often lands you in disciplinary proceedings. And last but not the least, falling short of skills to understand whether you are being used by someone. A few years ago, we had many companies from a neighboring country who were trying to make use of young practicing company secretaries for registering companies which did not exist. Unfortunately, some of the young practicing company secretaries falling prey to this practice landed up paying fines, landed up getting removed from the register of members, so on and so forth. What is it that we can do to avoid problems? I would say maybe 2 or 3 things. One, ensure that caution takes the better instead of greed. Second, be diligent and apply all the checks which are not only there in the Companies Act or in the rules, but the institute has been very, very forthcoming in coming out with various guidelines, various practice guides. If you follow them, you will be sure to be beyond any complaint in future. The last and the most important thing, yes, it's ethics and integrity above all, which is your best safeguard against any potential misconduct. As this is a convention being held in Pune, I would end with a small quote from Santa Gyaneshwar in Pasayadan, which talks of how a good professional could perhaps be. The verse says something like this. It says, what I request from the God is, Chandrameje alanchana, martandaje tapahina, te sarvahi sada sajjana soyare hotu. What it means is that as a practicing company secretary, let my conduct be like moon, which is soft, soothing, but without a blot, alanchana. Then it says, let me be like Martanda, which is sun, bright, shining, but not hot, tapahina. Then it says, te sarvahi sadasajana. What should a good company secretary be like? He should be a friend to all stakeholders. And for what? Soyare hotu, for being fair, ensuring trust in the corporate governance in the mind of all stakeholders. If we can do that, probably the disciplinary committee and the board of discipline may not have much work to do. I wish that happens, and thank you for listening patiently.
Thank you, sir, for explaining in a lucid manner. Now we'll go back to some questions. We have collated this from some of our members, and some are from my side. So I'll keep on asking these questions to panelists, and then we will have some portion for audience question also. So I'll go first with Manish, sir. Sir, you have explained the disciplinary mechanism. Can you explain that the conduct of professional vis-a-vis disciplinary mechanism, a kind of a self-governance, how it can be related?
This is really a very good question. How a practicing company secretary by self-governance avoids disciplinary proceedings, right? Let me share with you my example. I being into practice for almost 25 years now. What we have developed over those years, whenever any forms comes to us for certification, we do have our own checklist, our own set of checklists prepared by the team. And we always insist each and every such client who is sharing those initial documents or the information that we need these documents irrespective of the fact whether those documents are mandatory required to be attached with any of those forms or not. So this is a mechanism which we have adopted for ourselves. You can name it as self-governance. Another would be if you really following a footstep of a mentor, wherever you are in trouble, I always suggest those youngsters, please take an advice of a senior, your bosses, your trainer, your mentor. It is always good to have one mentor in life. And they would be a people who would be guiding you whenever you are in trouble, whenever you are in doubt. Don't have any hesitation. Pick a phone, call them and take an advice. And by following those advices, by following those governance norms, by following those rules which are there for each and every one of us, you would be out of the trouble. I can guarantee this. And self-regulation is always better, always better. As sir said, don't be so much of greed. We have seen in the disciplinary committee when we are arguing, hearing those people, our own members, like I was very young when I have certified this. I was not being given with the full information, not provided with the full documentation. I have not told that some dispute is there in the management. So those information you need to gather at the initial stage. And whenever you are certifying, your own self-regulation, ethical processes are going to help you. That is the only mantra to avoid any of the disciplinary proceedings.
Sir, any addition?
Well, I think the answer has been fairly complete. I would just add one thing, that self-governance comes in addition to checklists from probably a second opinion. Particularly when you are young, before you sign off, before you attach your digital signature, it's a good idea to consult either your peer or a senior till you become confident. When you are confident, yes, you don't need to do this. But yes, as a matter of self-governance, initially, a reference to a peer or a reference to a senior would be extremely useful.
Sir, I'll go back to your initial remark where you were referring to the compliance part by the other professional also. So in Companies Act also we have a responsibility under 205 where we give a compliance certificate to the management that the rules and regulation applicable to the company are complied with. So company secretary deals with the plethora of laws where there are other professionals also involved. So will he be subject to professional misconduct case in case of non-compliances are done by this professional where the actual responsibility was given or casted on that professional?
A very good question, and in fact this is something which has often been debated in the disciplinary committee. I would say two things. That the Companies Act devolves upon the company secretaries the responsibility to certify even those documents which they have not prepared, or to file those documents which they have not prepared. And the question is that if there is a misstatement, if there is something wrong with those documents which a company secretary has not prepared, is he still responsible? My answer is twofold. He is not responsible if he has exercised diligently the checks which he is expected to exercise, number one. Number two, if he is a person of common prudence and there is something which has not escaped his attention, like there may be sometimes, say, a mistake in the number of shares in the share capital, and if he has noticed it, just because the misstatement is there, he cannot remain silent. While filing or while uploading or while certifying, he has to use the space available for him for adding his qualifications, his comments, and ensure that whatever he has noticed, he brings it to the notice of a common reader so that the common reader is not misguided. If he has done that, he is safe. But if he fails to do that, or sometimes we have seen cases where a document is prepared by somebody else, the document has some errors, and the company secretary, while uploading the document, has either deliberately or inadvertently omitted to upload a few pages. Now, if those pages which are omitted to be uploaded have errors, he cannot escape responsibility because he has omitted uploading those documents, uploading those pages. So yes, willy-nilly, either deliberately or inadvertently, if one can presume that the company secretary is a party to an error in the documents or in the work done by the other professionals, yes, he is responsible. Otherwise, no. Thank you.
Just to add to this, NPS was referring about one of the recent judgment of the Mumbai High Court, wherein the matter went up to the High Court, and you all must be aware that company secretary is required to sign the balance sheet as a designated company secretary every year, right? And few of in that particular company, there was a management dispute and both parties were fighting uh, board directors were fighting. And because the balance sheet is being signed by a company secretary, that company secretary was also booked for the violations of the standards, accounting standard, auditing standard, preparation of balance sheet, that it has not been prepared in true and latest state, it is not reflecting the true picture of the accounts. And High Court very recently has decided in favor of a company secretary that company secretary is not responsible for the preparation of balance sheet. He is not supposed to have a grip over any of the accounting matter, and he is only there as a statutory responsibility to sign the balance sheet, and he is not at all responsible for preparation, maintenance of any of the accounts. So this is a very golden judgment, I would say, in favor of a company secretary. Another judgment I would share, very recently NCLT Guwahati bench, just few days back only, one matter was going on under section 241 and 242. 241 is for operation and management, operation mismanagement under the Companies Act. Very recent judgment, few days back. And both parties are in dispute. They have also booked, or I would say they have also taken the name of a practicing company secretary as one of the parties, as one of the respondent to that petition of 241, 242. And Guwahati NCLT bench has decided in favor of a practicing company secretary that he is not at all involved in day-to-day operations of the company, and he should not be made party to any of the such proceedings which are happening in 241 and 242, because it is in operation and mismanagement, which can only be done by the people who are there inside the company. So these judgments you should have catch hold of. You should have those repository with you. Whenever you are in trouble, these judgments are going to save each one of us. Yeah.
So I'll go with the last question and then we'll take few questions from the audience. So sir, many times we see that the proceedings are going on. So what is the procedure to be followed by a practicing professional while the proceedings are going on? Can he still practice while the proceedings are on? Whether he can still practice after the proceedings are concluded and based on the decision. Can you just quickly tell us the process?
Sir, we'll add on later, please.
Thank you. In fact, the first part of the question, can a practicing company secretary continue to practice while the proceedings are on? One word answer, yes. He can or she can. Can the practicing company secretary continue to practice after the disciplinary proceedings are concluded? If he is held not guilty, most certainly yes. If he is held guilty, depends upon the kind of punishment he receives. If the punishment is reprimand, no issues, he can continue to practice. But if the punishment is removal of his name from the register of members for a fixed period, no. Most certainly not. In that case, whatever filing, whatever certification he has done shall be legally invalid, plus he would be subject to actions under Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita.
He has very rightly pointed out that that particular member against whom any order of guilty is being pronounced, he or she can continue to practice without any trouble, without any issues. Only one thing, wherever the name is being removed for any number of days or month, then there would be a concern. Today, this year being an election year, so let me say, forget about practice, they can also contest the election. If even they have been pronounced guilty only with reprimand, they can still fight election for elections. The only restriction would be there should not be any penalty or any removal of name. So don't take it to your heart. Even if any guilty order is pronounced against any of the members, please continue to practice, please continue to provide your services to the stakeholder without any issues, without any break, without any trouble, provided your name is not being removed.
So we'll take a couple of questions from the audience.
Before we take couple of questions, one more thing. 2 years back, we have received many cases, flooded with the cases from MCA. Hope you are aware about it, that there are around 300 odd cases being referred by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for those Chinese companies that our professionals were involved in the Chinese companies, incorporation of Chinese companies or maintaining, managing, guiding those Chinese companies. One question which came from all across the fraternity, that why the institute is entertaining those complaints, why the institute is registering those complaints, why can't the institute on the front of it, on the face of it, is rejecting those complaints? Can we do so? Answer is no. Because our director discipline has two roles to play. One, they have to register the case first. Then the director discipline has to work on it. They have to seek a reply from the respondent, and based on it, they have to prepare their prima facie opinion. Prima facie opinion, if it is guilty, no harm in it, matter can be closed then and there. If the person is held guilty as per the prima facie opinion, the proceeding would start from there. Many members are having their own concerns. Why can't the institute reject those applications at the very initial stage? So let me share with you, friends. Our disciplinary director is only playing a role of a registry. Whenever you are filing any matter in the NCLT or High Court or any of the courts, can a registry take their own decision without it being placed before the learned judge of the court? Answer is no. So same process has to be followed here. Whenever those cases are being referred, we have to follow the same process on each and such matter, and you all need to go through with the same process. No exceptions, no exemptions to any of the matters. Yes.
Piyush, Sir, everyone is saying that the practicing faculty, practicing people and practicing professionals have to be very accurate. Sir, my question is on the Directorate of Discipline and the team of the Director of Discipline. Many times it does happen that if some complaint is filed against the member, so supposedly if some complaint is filed against me, then the thing is that the matter goes on for 2 years, and after the Director of Discipline has held its prima facie opinion, if later on it's go for before the Board of Discipline or a Director of this disciplinary committee, if over a period of 2 or 3 years, if Directorate Board of Discipline or disciplinary committees of opinion that they turn down the decision of the prima facie opinion given by the Director of Discipline. Sir, what about the 2 or 3 years of mental agony that I have undergone, more particularly in those cases where I feel and I find that the Director of Discipline or the members or the people who are supporting or who are working with the Director of Discipline are not equipped with the knowledge about the Companies Act or company forms which are being filed with the ROC. So my question to, because they happen to be the employees of the ICSI, my question is that whether such kind of training or such kind of analyzing process is being conducted, that in such cases that if say out of 10 cases, if 5 cases are being turned down by the disciplinary committee, then really it's a question of concern. Because what about the person against whom the complaint is filed, the kind of mental agony that he has gone through?
Let me answer this, sir. Appreciate your concern about the disciplinary committee working. Let me share with you that our disciplinary committee is being headed by a very competent senior grade officer who happens to be a company secretary herself. Her entire team is having almost 4 or 5 company secretaries, law graduate, and no other person. He has to be either qualified company secretary or a law graduate who can be part of the disciplinary directorate. We are not putting any person from anywhere, I am saying. Only the law graduates or the company secretaries by qualification can be part and parcel of the disciplinary directorate. I'm not talking about the supporting staff. I'm not talking about the lower grade helping people, but those who are preparing those prima facie opinions, those who are working on each and every such cases are qualified people. So your one concern is addressed by this. Second, there is a set process for the disciplinary committee. Once the case is being registered, we need to send it to the respondent immediately. And they have a time of 21 days to share their replies. And in 90% of the cases, each and every such respondent is claiming an extension, of for filing that reply. As per the rules, we can grant extension up to 45 days. In most of the cases, we are only granting 21 days, one-time extension. Again, those replies can be sent to the complainant for rejoinder for 21 days time. Again, they are seeking extension of it. So this particular process has its own timelines, and we have to follow the timelines as per the act and rules. So there is no delay from our side. It is a procedural delay because of one or other thing. So would you like to add something?
In fact, let me add two things here. I completely understand the mental agony a person goes through, and well, I mean, that is certainly avoidable. But let me add a few bits of information you may not have. First, we find that not in all cases where the prima facie opinion of the director of discipline is guilty, does the disciplinary committee or board of discipline agree with them. There are instances where at the prima facie opinion stage itself, the disciplinary committee says that no, we do not agree and we shall not proceed with this case. Number one. Number two, there are also cases where the written statement, which is the first response to the prima facie opinion, is neither complete nor fair. And it is there where the disciplinary committee has to do a job of going into details, going into arguments, and only then the truth comes out. So till such time all information is available, it is difficult to hold the person not guilty or guilty. Third, there are instances when a person is not held guilty, not because the person is actually not guilty, but because the disciplinary committee decides to give the person benefit of doubt. And even in those cases where the benefit of doubt is given, the disciplinary committee wants to be as much as possible understanding, as much as possible considerate. And so it will be unfair on the part of anyone to say that the director of discipline was wrong in framing prima facie opinion. It is that additional facts come to light, additional information comes in the knowledge, and also the disciplinary committee considers the facts and circumstances under which a particular practicing company secretary would have acted, and gives that person benefit of doubt or gives that person some understanding. So to say that the director of discipline, while framing prima facie opinion, was wrong in considering someone guilty when the person is actually proved not guilty at the end of the disciplinary proceedings, I would say is unfair to the director of discipline.
Yeah, any other question?
You raised in hand, so we'll take
Yes,
your
Milan.
question as the last question.
This is CS Milan Malik. I just want to, it is a very micro level question which we can say we have seen many cases which are coming from MCA or basically the ROC is putting for a disciplinary committee or the thing. But we have seen in small cases like AOC4 where the wrong attachments has been placed as the wrong financials has been attached, and when the company go for a defective application with the ROC, they put up, obviously it is difficult to get defective, but still you convince the ROC, then they put up for a disciplinary action against the member also. So how we are dealing with this clerical mistake which is happening by the CS or any of the junior employees of the firm? And I think so this is happening day in, day out. We are seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. It's a practical question. My responses are two. I like your use of the words clerical mistake. In fact, these words, clerical mistake, we find being used in 80% of defenses by respondents.
Rather 90%.
Yes.
With inadvertent.
Yes. And both clerical and inadvertent, we can make out looking at the face of the person is untrue. Okay? Maybe it's inadvertent, but it's not just clerical. Number one. Number two, as far as the disciplinary committee is concerned, and I can say that in the last 2-3 years when I have been involved, we have been fairly harsh even with the registrar of companies. Wherever registrar of companies files complaints without proper homework being done or without proper documents being submitted, we have come down harsh on them. There are instances where we have written to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs bringing out either the incompetence or insufficient diligence by the officers of the registrar of companies, and told the Ministry of Corporate Affairs that we as disciplinary committee record our displeasure in these cases. So it's not that the disciplinary committee acts only against the practicing company secretaries. They try to be as fair as possible. And well, I represent the government on the disciplinary committee. But despite that, I have perhaps been one of the harshest when it comes to criticizing some actions by the registrar of companies. So rest assured that in your institute, the disciplinary committee is for fairness and fairness alone, nothing else.
Milan, we being professional, can we be able to defend this? We being a practicing company secretary, whether we would be able to defend this particular statement? Answer is no. So we have to be careful while attaching our signature. वो अभी देवा बोल के गए ना, गोलमाल है भाई, सब गोलमाल है. So that has to be there in your ears before certifying any document. Before we conclude, I would like to share, as this conference is for the PCS, and every PCS is supposed to follow the rules regulation framed by the ICSI. There are certain guidelines with respect to an intimation to be given to a previous incumbent. How many of us are really following it? Very few, let me say very few. Let me share with you, for each and every exclusive domain services, each and every exclusive domain services, that intimation is to be provided. It is not only for secretarial audit, it is not only for MGT8. For each and every exclusive domain services, that intimation is to be provided to the previous incumbent. We are failing in that. Another, the UDIN guidelines. UDIN is to be generated on the date of a certification or in advance 7 days. And we are receiving so many requests from our professionals, practicing company secretaries, that board has not intimated me the dates. I have failed to generate that UDIN on that particular date, although I have already issued the report or the certificate. Can we really say that? Answer is no. Please. And UDIN is to be generated for all the exclusive domain services. That is mandated to be generated for all the exclusive services which are there for the PCS. आपको कहीं पे भी डाउट है, कहाँ पे UDIN जनरेट होना है, कहाँ पे इंटीमेशन देना, उसकी एक्सक्लूसिवनेस देख लो. If it is only for the company secretary to certify, UDIN is to be generated, intimation has to be given. What I am being doing as a practicing company secretary, I am generating UDIN for every certificate, every report, every opinion. Hardly makes any difference whether it is there in the mandated list or not. To avoid any repercussion in future, to avoid any such notices in future. and it is always better to comply. It is always better to adhere to those guidelines instead of looking for those disciplinary notices in the days to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will simply conclude in one phrase that we need to follow our motto Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. That's it. So thank you, sir, for explaining the nitty-gritties of disciplinary mechanism. I think we need entire day to do a dissection of each section and then go ahead. But as time permit, we may have more such sessions. So thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session. May I now request our session coordinator, along with CS Mohit Darshan Batram, Member Managing Committee of Nagpur Chapter, and CS Rashmi Pushpa Gangwal, Vice Chairperson Chhatrapati Shambhaji Nagar Chapter of ICSI, to join us on the dais to felicitate our speaker, CS Sunil Dare, sir. Please put your hands together as we felicitate our speaker for the session. Thank you. I now request our session coordinator, along with CS Deepa Mishra ma'am, Chairperson Bhayandar Chapter of ICSI, and CS Sachin Gajanan Bidkar, Member Managing Committee of Kolhapur Chapter of ICSI, to join us on the dais to felicitate our speaker, CS Manish Gupta, sir. Please put your hands together for our session speaker, CS Manish Gupta, sir. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for your valuable time and sharing the wisdom with us. We now move forward to the third technical session of the day on strengthening stewardship through ESG integration. Sustainability today and ESG today is not an option anymore. It is a part of our day-to-day work, and it is a strategic imperative that we must adhere to. ESG considerations are increasingly shaping investor decisions and market integrity, our corporate reputation as well. This session is going to explore how we, company secretaries, can strengthen this through effective ESG integration in our work. And for this, I'd like to invite our panelists. So please put your hands together for CS MEV Selvam, former company secretary of ONGC Limited, Ms. Poonam Jindgar, VP and Global Head ESG and Sustainability, Birlasoft, and Ms. Swati Tiwari, Principal Counselor, Confederation of Indian Industry. Please put your hands together for our speakers and our moderators for the session, CS Vinayak S. Khanvalkar, former President ICSI, and CS Suresh Pandey, Council Member ICSI, to please join us on the dais. I now request our session coordinators, along with CS Swati Sandeep Nivalkar, Member Managing Committee Thane Chapter of WIRC, to please come on the dais and welcome our speaker, CS MEV Selvam, former Company Secretary and Compliance Officer, ONGC Limited, by presenting him a planter. Please put your hands together as our session coordinators and CS Swati welcomes our speaker. CS Selvam, a fellow member of the Institute, is a freelance corporate advisor and legal finance arena. He's a graduate in law and postgraduate in management and commerce. He's a seasoned corporate professional having over 3 decades of experience. Prior to joining ONGC, he was the company secretary and compliance officer of BEML Limited. During his services at the CPSE, he was also the chairman of the committee of CPSE company secretaries constituted by the Department of Public Enterprises. He was also a member of the expert group on secretarial standards constituted by ICSI during 2020. We welcome you, sir. I now request our session coordinators, along with CS Prince Pandey, member Managing Committee of Raipur chapter, to please come on the dais, along with CS Bhavesh Ramchand Thadani, member Managing Committee Nagpur chapter, to welcome our speaker, Ms. Poonam Jindkar, VP and Global Head, ESG and Sustainability, Birla Soft, by presenting her a planter. Please put your hands together as our session coordinators and members of the Institute felicitate our speaker and welcome her with a planter. I request our session coordinators and the dignitaries to kindly come forward. Yes. Ms. Poonam Jindkar is a recognized future sustainability impact leader from IICA MCA. She holds a Bachelor's of Engineering degree from Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology, University of Delhi, and has earned multiple professional certificates. In her current role, she leads the ESG and sustainability function, helping organizations achieve their ESG objectives by designing and executing strategies aligned with the customer expectations and the regulators' expectations. Her primary responsibilities include establishing and maintaining the organizational ESG framework. We welcome you, ma'am. I now request our session coordinators to welcome another speaker on this panel today. I also request CS Vaibhav Vivek Modiwale, Chairman, Raipur Chapter of ICSI, and CS Kushal Bherulal Bajaj, Member, Managing Committee of Nagpur Chapter of ICSI, to kindly come on stage as we welcome our speaker, Ms. Swati Tiwari, Principal Counselor, Confederation of Indian Industry, by presenting her a planter. I request our session coordinators to come forward as we welcome our speaker. Please put your hands together for Ms. Swati Tiwari, Principal Counselor, Confederation of Indian Industry. Ms. Swati Tiwari is a senior ESG and sustainability leader with over 20 years of experience across investment banking and sustainability advisory. As Principal Counselor of the Confederation of Indian Industry, she leads at the national level ESG initiatives, working closely with corporates and regulators. She has authored over 10 industry research publications on sustainable finance, board-level sustainability integration, and business and human rights. We welcome you, ma'am. I now hand it over to our session coordinators and moderators to take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to our session chair, esteemed panelists on the dais, and all the distinguished professionals joining us here in Pune and virtually from across the country. The topic for the discussion is strengthening stewardship through ESG integration. Let me begin with a thought that resonates deeply with today's deliberation. True leadership is not about power, but about responsibility. This statement captures the essence of stewardship, an approach that calls upon us as governance professionals to safeguard not only compliance, but also the values of sustainability, ethics, and accountability. As India advances towards the vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047, the corporate sector is being reshaped by global expectations of transparency, responsible business conduct, and sustainable growth. In this transformative journey, company secretaries are uniquely positioned to act as stewards of governance, ensuring that the organizations align profitability with purpose. The integration of environmental, social, and governance, that is ESG, factors in no longer optional, it is strategic imperative. Climate change, social equity, and ethical governance are pressing realities that demand proactive responses. Regulators, investors, and stakeholders are looking to professionals who can embed ESG into corporate DNA. In this context, SEBI's BRSR framework has assumed particular significance, emerging as a structured and enforceable mechanism for embedding accountability, transparency, and responsible conduct into corporate disclosures. By requiring listed entities to disclose their ESG performance in a structured and comparable manner, BRSR has elevated sustainability reporting from a voluntary exercise to a regulatory obligation. The framework not only enhances transparency, but also empowers shareholders to assess how businesses are contributing to long-term value creation. For company secretaries, this is a defining opportunity to lead the integration of ESG into governance structures, ensuring that the disclosures are not merely compliance driven, but also reflective of genuine stewardship. Environmental stewardship requires us to guide companies in adopting sustainable practices, reducing carbon footprints, and complying with the evolving climate-related disclosures. Social stewardship calls for fostering inclusivity, equity, and responsibility towards communities, employees, and consumers. And governance stewardship emphasizes integrity, transparency, and accountability, values that lie at the heart of our profession. In a landmark development that underscores the growing relevance of our profession in a global governance landscape, the ICSI has published the ICSI Guiding Principles on Stewardship, that is IGPS, a comprehensive principle-based framework synthesizing stewardship best practices from across jurisdictions. The IGPS comprises 10 principles for institutional investors and 6 for service providers, covering the full spectrum of stewardship, from defining investment philosophy and internal governance to ESG integration, conflict of interest management, systematic risk identification, investee entity engagement, collaborative stewardship, and stewardship reporting. Significantly, the International Financial Services Center's activity has officially recognized IGPS, enabling fund management entities and institutional investors operating within the IFCS to adopt this framework to fulfill their responsible investing and corporate governance obligations, a recognition that positions ICSI stewardship framework on an international map. Company secretaries, with their expertise in compliance, governance, and advisory roles, are now expected to go beyond traditional boundaries. Section 204 of the Companies Act 2013 mandates secretarial audit, already places us at the forefront of ensuring conformity with the applicable laws. The next step is to enhance ESG and BRSR as natural extensions of our responsibilities, thereby reinforcing trust and credibility in corporate India. It is indeed a matter of pride that our profession has gained increasing recognition for instilling ethical corporate consciousness. Today, as the world looks towards India with hope and confidence, we must rise to the occasion, upgrading our skills, deepening our ESG literacy, and positioning ourselves as the leadership of responsible governance. This session will provide us with valuable insights into how stewardship can be strengthened through ESG integration, enabling company secretaries to play a pivotal role in shaping sustainable and resilient organizations. With these thoughts, I now invite our panelists to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
So, I would like to express my thanks to Vinayak Sadasiv Khanvilkar sir, former president of ICSI, and please give him a big round of applause. And I request our panelist CS MEV Selvam sir to give his opening remark.
So, with your permission, may I make an announcement? There's just one announcement. Members staying with us are requested to kindly check out immediately to avoid any late charges, and also arrange to keep their luggage at the Thistle Hall. So, the floor is open. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone and all. It's my pleasure to stand before you to give the introductory remark on the busing topic of company secretaries now. It's a ESG, which has given the way for integrated annual document preparation by them. In fact, I would like to just go back and see how the ESG concept has evolved over a period. If you say that CSR and ESG are the pull and push engines of the same train set. Here the train set is our business setup. We cannot say which one is better or which one is weaker. Both are equally important. We can say that how the CSR has taken roots in the society, whether it's only companies have evolved such a concept or even before that. Look at this way, that Indians are second to none in philanthropic or jano upkara or even service to the mankind. Unless otherwise such personal equations are evolved, even the society could not have evolved. So the taking care of and concerning, sharing our concern with the fellow mankind is the basic for every social responsibility. I can technically call it as even CSR is preceded by ISR, individual social responsibility, which is the basis for the fellow mankind's development. That's how the ISR has evolved into CSR. We can say the Vedic script, our own Vedic script also says Sarva Loka Hitam, that is service to all or comfort of all. This mutual concern is the basis for the start of the individual social responsibility. When it comes to corporate, we all proudly claim we are corporate citizens. As a citizen, definitely, even the corporate owes certain responsibilities and duties to the society. That is coming, that is being satisfied in the form of corporate social responsibility. Again, if you say that CSR is, we can say it's a subset of ESG. It is nothing. Can we separate means we cannot separate. As I was telling in the beginning, it's a twin engine of the same train set. CSR, even if you see the principle 8 specifically says about inclusive growth and development. Okay. Equitable development. Inclusive growth and equitable development comes only out of the CSR, but it is having the principle. It is sitting as the 8th principle of the ESG framework. CSR has, we cannot separate the CSR from the business at every level. We can say that even earlier stages, when the merchants were doing business, they were doing a lot of social services by constructing temples and adjoining strong houses which used to house poor people during the time of natural calamity, flood or fire kind of thing. They used to construct so many structures which used to help the people to take shelter in the time of need. Next it came after the British people entered our country, industrialization started. After industrialization, many factories started coming, flourishing in. Then factories required a qualified people or trained people. Those days, initially people started with the IITs, ITIs, Industrial Training Institutes. If you see that olden days history, next to every sizable industry, there will be an ITI. The people generated from the ITI will be employed there. Mostly that industries will be promoting this kind of ITI to get the trained manpower. Next, the stage came 3. Third phase of CSR is developed by the government itself by establishing huge number of public sector enterprises which generated very good number of manpower requirement. So thereby employment generation was there. That gave a very good social upliftment for the many people. Then at the same time, with this simultaneously the industrial houses flourished like Tata's and Singanias, even Bajaj, like people flourished those days. They started giving their generosity much beyond their corporate level. They went for public services, including healthcare, sanitation, and even huge the higher level of education, even with a specialized education, engineering, medicine, like that. So that way they contributed a lot to the society. How to convert the company's effort towards social concepts. Then came the final phase, it's India Inc. India Inc., it came along with that, our CSR, the formal arrangement today, what we are doing at every corner. Now it has become even the new Companies Act. It's no more new, now it is in our regular Companies Act. Section 135 categorically says certain class of companies have to contribute 2% of their net profit, average net profit during the last 3 years or last 2 years, as the case may be. They have to spend on corporate social responsibility. There is now, you people are very clear about what are all the provisions relating to it. Even if you are not able to spend, that money should be transferred to exclusive fund. So the law is very specific that the amount is spent towards the social causes. So with this review of that CSR, now let us get on to the ESG. I can say that whatever is CSR is for the current generation, but whatever the action taken by the corporates under ESG is for the future generation. Today is very, very important to have a better tomorrow. So CSR is important to have better ESG implements tomorrow for the next generation. This is a fast catching up concept of corporate today. No, now that even integrated annual report has been made compulsory for top 1,000 companies, right from the this last financial year, 2025-26, all 1,000 companies. It was rolled out in a phased manner. They started with 150 companies, then 250 companies, like that. Now it is the entire lot of 1,000 companies. First top 1,000 companies have to file their integrated annual report for the year 25-26 onwards. With this background on this CSR and the ESG, I would like to share my regional experience, the experience of the companies, how they faced or how they flourished, how they continued their journey, or how they perished. I will tell there is a company. I can say there was a company that is called Shanti Gears Limited. Sorry, it is still there in the same name. It was promoted by a gentleman who joined Lakshmi Machine Works as an just lowest level of turner. He saw the prosperity for the gearboxes, industrial gearboxes. He left the job just 2 years and started his own concern, a small workshop for reconditioning the gearboxes, worn out gearboxes. Gradually, he improved the business and came to the level of establishing a listed company, that is Shanti Gears. It's a very popular gear company of domestic, one of the countable gear company. A time came, he became older. After crossing the age of 60, his medical bills were going up, left, right, and center. He was affordable because he was a managing director of the listed company. Everything is taken care. One fine morning, that auditor was discussing that this gentleman discussed with the auditor, I am able to afford this much of medical bill. How a common man can do this much of bill? Everybody is crossing. There are more elder people than me in the city. What way I can help them? Then he conceived an idea. Why don't I start up a trust where it will have a tie-up with the hospitals. Whoever is admitted beyond the age of 60, I will try to provide them a medicine at a concessional rate. He established a medical pharmacy outlet. Then he tied up with all the local corporate hospitals and even smaller doctors. Then he made a request to whoever comes beyond the age of 60, any medicine costing more than 1,000 rupees, you just share a medical prescription with us. We will try to arrange them. Whatever the concession we will offer, we will offer. He started that way. it was going to in a fair way. After some time, he decided to give the management to his siblings, but they were not ready to take up the business because he was an expert. He tried his best to establish it. That her heirs were not so confident they can run the business so successfully. So they decided, Papa, it is not required for us. You can decide whatever you want. Then see the leadership capacity. He didn't want to allow the company to go anywhere. He was searching for the right person. Then he found himself one Murugappa group in Chennai, who was one of the leading industrial group. They are very pious people. So he initiated, why don't you buy and carry on the business? That way he offered them to take. It was a very smooth takeover. Because of the way he was told, they were initially planning to change the name of the company as TI gear company, because they were running a TI cycles, so they wanted. The way they were negotiating, the way they found the comfort with him, they decided to continue the name forever. They requested the name to be given. So the company even today continues in the same name as Shanti Gears Limited, but under the different management. As a token of respect, the new management, about 5 years still he kicked on earth. They never put the word Murugappa Group Company. They continued as Shanti Gears. That was the reverence it was given. Today the gentleman, after his posthumously, even the government has given him Padma Shri. Now the trust which is running the pharmacy is going very successfully. It is serving the mankind so regularly. Now this is supposed to continue for generation after generation. This is how a industry flourishing in one way or other, the generation after generation. The same way, a group of industries in Coimbatore, industrialists, they formed a company that is called South India Viscose Limited. It was a listed company. When I entered the city in 1993, it was very status pride for the people to go with a specific uniform. Whether they travel individual car, even in the public transport, they will be looking different because they are proud employees of South India Viscose. In those days, there were only two companies in the city, LMW and South India Viscose, the name of the corporate sector in the city. That company, I entered the city in 93. Just 95, the issue broke out. The business was going very well. Immediately, some promoters from, I need not to say, industrial houses in Mumbai and Ahmedabad, they tried to take over. It was an hostile takeover. It was not smooth. Those days, the rules were not so strict to buy the shares and take over the companies. They used all best use of it. It was a hostile takeover. Then they found the project is very successful. All of the sudden, they borrowed left, right, and center. On seeing the past track record, the banks were kind enough to give whatever the money, the loan they wanted. They established the industry. Unfortunately, they never thought when the factory was running at a certain size, whatever the effluent, untreated water that was mixing to the river Kaveri did not harm anything notably. These people suddenly increased the capacity, that effluent level generation was so high. The same channel was used to mix the effluent water in the river Bhavani. At certain stage, there was a very low flow of water. They stagnated the effluent water. They stagnated for about nearly 15 days only. Then there was a flood. Heavy rain, copious rain, then heavy flood in the river. They suddenly opened the stored effluent water in the river. Surprisingly, the fishes, countless fishes, started moving along with the water, running water, floating as dead. Then only people started realizing what kind of harm this industry is bringing to the mother nature. Then the lot of agitation came. Such a big company, such a roaring successful company, they couldn't operate. First, it was a suspension to production, suspended by the state government, State Pollution Control Board. After some time, it started, the ties were tightening their neck for the repayment. They couldn't do anything. That company is nowhere in the record. There are two companies. We say the company, the gentleman who promoted the company in Coimbatore, He is no more, that still the trust out of that which bond is still doing the good for the social causes. Unfortunately, the company of equal success and even more success is no more today. So that is the impact of ESG, how we have to take care of the future generation. It is not the question of today we make profit and whatever the dividend we pay, whatever somebody was in the morning telling that where we are standing in the market share, this and all, it is not important. That very important is how long the company can sustain, sustained production, sustained growth kind of thing. Next, I come to the regulatory development on this ESG matter. Actually, this concept of ESG started rolling in 1992 when the UN, United Nations Assembly, then they started discussion on the ESG. The first country which was getting into a legal shape was the Norway, as usual. We all might have been known that Scandinavian countries are very, very, very leading role, playing the leading role in this kind of advanced concepts. Norway in 1998 made it as a statutory requirement to disclose the expenditure on CSR and ESG. Then came in 2003 the company, our own country, that MCA formed the National Foundation for Corporate Governance in association with IICA and ICSI, ICAI, and other people also joined later. It was mainly for corporate governance. Then came the Norway also. Subsequently, in 2007, Norway organized an international conference on CSR and SD. That was the first international conference on the subject. Then 2009, our MCA has come out with an voluntary guidelines on CSR. In 2011, National Voluntary Guidelines on Social and Environment Economic Responsibility of Business was rolled out by MCA. It was voluntary guideline again. In 2012, SEBI made it mandatory, but they altered the erstwhile listing regulation by inserting a new class 55, thereby making that business responsibility a part and parcel of the annual report. Those days it was not called integrated annual report, it was only a constituent part of the annual report. They gave a format, and first the top 100 companies were required to follow. Then 2014 came the 2013 Act with a specific provision for a specific class of companies mandatorily to follow the CSR. Then in 2015, SEBI came out with the LODR. LODR again had the same BRR with a revised format. It was improved with all whatever the UN has adopted as social our sustainable development, that also taken part into this revised BRR. 2015, UN adopted the SDG. So the Sustainable Development Goals. 17 goals were recognized as important for the sustainable development of industries and ecological development and environmental concern. Then in 2019, MCA revised its voluntary guidelines into a national guideline on responsible business conduct, NGRBC. Based on this NBRGC and as well as the national UN guideline of finishing. Based on this, 2021, SEBI replaced the BRR with the BRSR. Then came European Union Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, under which even European Unions were required to follow European Sustainability Reporting Standards. Now we are guided by the master guideline issued by the SEBI, comprehensive guidelines for complying with the requirements. the requirements is supposed to be not a annual, only a compliance checkbox. It should be a governance, the governance practice. From compliance practice, we should evolve the governance practice. Now, considering the paucity of time, we needless to say, the practicing company secretaries have a very great opportunity of evolving themselves as assessors or assurance providers, service providers, and enlarge their scope of services even beyond the existing level of their service to the Indian corporate. Practice the company secretaries in service, they can take active part, though they are exclusive executives looking after the sustainable development. These people also can, a company secretary can really coordinate and guide the people how to make the corporate governance and align with other corporate documents and bring a better sustainable development implementation. Thank you, one and all. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. And very beautifully, you have explained about individual social responsibility and Sarva Loka Hita concept. And we are like, as an Indian, we always follow Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And very rightfully, you have explained about the regulatory framework and what corporates are following. So thanks a lot, and please give him a big round of applause once again. And I request now Ms. Shweta Tiwari ji to please give her opening remark on the topic.
Okay, thank you and a very good afternoon, everyone. I am Swati, and as I have been introduced, I have been in the space of ESG for almost 20 years now. And in my opening, I will just very briefly touch upon the connection of a profession of company secretary and ESG. I think that's a question that I am hoping that a lot of you will have in your mind today. I think before I get into that, what my understanding, I'm not a company secretary, I am an ESG professional. But what I understand, the role and the profession of a company secretary is to make sure that a company functions in an ethical, legal, and in a manner which is up to the regulatory requirement of the geography in which the company is operating in. Now, keeping that in mind, I think what is important to understand is, and I'll draw the interlinkage maybe in 2 minutes. When we understand ESG as a concept, a lot of us understand ESG primarily from the point of view of reporting, right? We say that, okay, in India, we have SEBI's BRSR, very good. That came out 3 years back, and definitely it's one of the major, I don't say it as a reporting tool, it's a strategic tool that has been placed in the market by SEBI, and that is how it needs to be considered by companies, by company secretaries, and by ESG professionals. But the point is that ESG is no more a peripheral concept around ESG reporting. So that understanding needs to be very clear. ESG is over-encompassing. ESG is the strategy of the business. That is how the business lens is today. Anything to do with environment and social, which brings risks to the company, has to be integrated in the company so that it gets managed in a manner that the company is not at a vulnerable position that those risks impact the company, but company is in a competitive advantage position where it is able to convert those risks into beneficial opportunities. I think that is a very important understanding that we need to create. Where all this is coming from is, so let's not focus only on India, right? Companies operate in a global value chain. Even if I'm not an MNC, my product or my service is definitely making an impact in some or the other geography, maybe EU, America, China, anywhere. I think that needs to be kept in mind. We are, a global audience today as entities as well. Somewhere we get impacted by what happens in US, what happens in EU. So here the example is, let's say European Union as a continent decides that, I want to become carbon neutral by X year. Do you think it impacts India? It definitely impacts India a lot, right? Because the companies which are supplying their goods and services into EU, they will have to mend their ways or customize their operations in a manner so that the carbon footprint of the products and services they are providing in EU is it matches with the expectations of EU, right? Now here comes the connection. So if I'm a company in India and I am sending my goods to some country in EU, and I need to make sure that, my carbon footprint is reduced, it falls under the purview of climate action that the company has to undertake. The company secretary role here becomes so important that they need to ensure that this requirement, which is coming from any geography, be it EU or America, is fulfilled by the company. And this will not happen until unless you support your board, your senior management with the right knowledge, with the right tools, with the right direction. And that's where the role of company secretary becomes important. And that is why for a company secretary, it is the first step is to understand what is happening in the global ESG ecosystem, right? Not just India, limiting ourselves only to the SEBI requirement of BRSR, but overarching what is happening. And again, not limiting only to the ESG regulatory landscape of different geographies, but also to make sure that how are the investors' expectations changing? How are the customers' expectations changing? What are those expectations that are translating into the requirements of the companies that we all belong to? The moment all of us become aware of that, we will be in a position where we can enable and we can equip our boards, our senior management to move in a manner which is more ESG friendly or ESG complementary, and advise and guide them in a better manner. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shweta ma'am. And as a company secretary, we are not limited to the reporting only, but very strongly we are getting into strategy of the business also. And you rightly said, as a business house, we should convert the risk into opportunity. And we have learned the same thing from our Honorable Prime Minister also, that we should convert Aapda se Avsar. So that is very, very relevant, and global development is also very important. So please give a big round of applause for her, and I request Ms. Poonam Jindgar ma'am to please give her opening remark on the topic.
Thank you. Thanks ICSI for giving us the opportunity to discuss this important topic. So before we start, let's understand what is ESG and why it is so important. So ESG is a framework which is used by the organizations and the investor and the customer and the regulator just to understand how organization is resilient to fulfill their continuity in the services. Well, with this, so first we used to think ESG means only environment. While it is not just environment, it talks about environment, social and governance. In the environment of a global nature where the whole world is related, every country has a different regulation, so it is very important for any organizations to see what we are doing, what are our risks and what are our opportunities. And ESG framework helps us to identify proactively what are the risks, and not only the risk, what are the opportunities, how to use this into positive way, and what all it covers. It is very important for all of us to know and implement in the right way. He talks about a lot of focus on how our operations impacting the environment with respect to emission, water stewardship, and how and what waste we are generating and how we are managing that risk. So these things are important with respect to environment, but parallelly it is equally important for the social, the community where we are operating. How are we taking care of our societies? How are we taking care of the labor practices and diversity and inclusiveness, which is very important. When we are doing so much for the environment and the society or the social, our employees, all the stakeholders, we have to see how to take care of the governance, how the ethical practices are followed. So this particular topic, ESG, is so important for our company secretaries because they are the interface between our board of directors and the whole organization to understand what is the requirement, what are the regulatory, what are the risks and challenges, and what is the opportunity. So it is a center part of any business today, and how company secretary plays an important role, how they are stitching the whole operations with the board of directors and ensuring our every and each and every stakeholder requirement. So with this, we are here and discussing this important topic.
Thank you, respected panelists. Now, we have captured a couple of questions which we will discuss with the panelists, and after that, the floor will be open for further question answers. Question to Swati Madam. what are the board level responsibilities toward ESG? First as a responsibility and then as opportunity, and how company secretaries are guiding and mentoring the board members in fulfilling their responsibilities toward ESG and stewardship.
Thank you for that question. I think when we say ESG as a term, I usually take out the G part and put it on the top of ENS, because that's how ideally, it functions. They don't go together. It's the governance of the company which directs the company to work on reducing their environmental footprint and make their business more socially inclusive, right? So that is why G usually sits on the top, and that is why governance comes into play. Now, as far as the role of the board is concerned, I don't think India has any kind of a mandate right now other than the CSR, thing to have a CSR committee in place. But there are a lot of good practices which exist, which a company secretary can look into, and I'm sure a lot of you are already maybe aware of and working with certain organization. I think the first thing that the board should ensure is that how do they integrate the sustainability/ESG agenda in the overall governance of the company. Now here when I say governance, it basically means that as a company, what is my vision related to sustainability, right? And a lot of companies you would have heard saying that, I want to become carbon neutral, I want to become carbon positive, water neutral, water positive, zero waste to landfill, etc., etc. But the point is that how do you reach there, right? That's where, again, the role of company secretary, along with the cross-functional, interlinkages come into play to make sure that these kind of targets and the agenda first should be reflected in company's overall aspiration of business operations. And second is that how do we reach there? Second important point is that the board in itself should know what is ESG and why it is important. A lot of companies may have a board where the diversity is there, but as far as the knowledge and skills with specific to environment, social is concerned, may not be there fully. So I think the diversity of the board, and it's not necessary that you only have people independent or, independent directors and others who bring in those skills. You can build the capacity of your board also. There are a lot of leadership courses that happen, board level courses that happen, which can equip your, team management, your board level people to understand. That's another point. The second thing is that the governance part, which is the monitoring, measurement, there should be some kind of a systematic structure to it. So just saying that the board should monitor the company is not sufficient. Board have too many things to take care of. How do we ensure that through systems and structure is something that needs to be thought through. So say, for example, some companies in India have maybe an ESG, board level ESG committee or a board level sustainability working group, which is represented by the CEO of the company, but it's at the board level. I think that hierarchy matters to ensure that the decisions flow from top to down. And I think the last bit is to make sure that the board is not just limited only to the reporting part of the company. Again, I will emphasize ESG reporting, because sometimes the appetite of the company is only to do the compliance. So if I am asked to do BRSR, the board is only looking at ESG from the periphery of BRSR reporting. There is too much happening in the reporting space also. And beyond BRSR, if I'm a company which has to look at investor requirement, which has to look at my customer requirement, I need to know that there is, of course, GRI, but GRI is also fading away. We have now CSRD coming up, which is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive coming from EU, impacting Indian companies. We have IFRS, ISSB S1 and S2, which is coming up, right? And India is discussing and translating on those lines. So reporting in itself has become such a wide area that also needs to be looked at by the board to make sure that our companies, when they are looking at even the reporting as an area, they are aware of what's happening at the global level, and in next couple of years, how they will be required to transition. And my closing point here is that the role of board and how we can strengthen board, it's a challenging task, because people who are professionals who are sitting there are of immense experience. So, bringing more knowledge is not easy. We are aware of that. CII do a lot of work in board level awareness and in bringing in professionals who can equip the board through capacity building programs and leadership program on the ESG and related ESG topics?
Thank you. I think these days we observe that institutional investors and asset managers are also taking a very keen interest in this ESG oversight, and they are also very, and this is the experience in many with PE investors also, that even in private limited companies where they are involved or they're going to be involved or going to make investment, they also have a lot of interest so far as this ESG and stewardship is concerned. Madam, my next question will be advancement in technology and artificial intelligence are shaping the ESG oversight. How can these tools be applied to strengthen ESG monitoring, reporting, as well as assurance? What governance guardrails which we should provide for this monitoring?
So I think the topic is also AI, which is the sub-theme of this. Both AI and ESG are like the mega trends shaping, the global, discussions and deliberations. So definitely AI is, or technology is, something that needs to be talked through. But before I go there, I also just want to touch upon one point that, when we look at boards, when we look at companies, there are different stakeholders who are voicing their expectations, right? And companies are acting on those expectations, and they're not limiting themselves only to the quarterly results or the profitability part. So if an investor needs an information, yes, that is there. And also I want to say a lot of investors are moving from being passive investors to active investors. Earlier, a lot of investment decision was based on the ESG reporting that the companies were doing. So they were sourcing a lot of their data from what the company is putting in public domain. But now it is more based on the direct engagement that they are doing with the company. Now, why this becomes important from the tech point of view or AI point of view, there are a lot of, in last 2 years, we have seen evolution of technology in different manners. There are a lot of ESG tools which are existing in the market, but they're all scattered, right? They may come across as tools which will help you in your decision making, but not necessarily every tool is there to help you because the tech in itself is evolving a lot. So I think one area which the company should definitely look in terms of leveraging technology is to have technology intervention which helps the company to gather that data. ESG data, when we precisely look at, it's scattered across functions. It is in the books of the company, especially when we look at the MSME sector. Big companies have SAP, SAP softwares, but not every company has that. And SAP softwares may not have the ESG integration also in it on its own. So having those right tech platform or systems in place which help company gather or convene and distill all that data in one place becomes very important. Why is this important from the board? Because board doesn't have the time to look at 100 KPIs, right? What we have to give to the board is maybe 10 KPIs distilled in form of dashboard, which help them in decision making. And again, here, tech becomes a very, very important. So what kind of tools and technology we deploy, which equip my board in better decision making on ESG is what I need to think through. Second important point is that while technology is being used, right, either I use it for creating a dashboard or creating ESG report, I think we need to also make sure that there are certain guardrails that we provide around, the data privacy issues. So as company, we need to make sure that we have the systems in place where the data which is being used, distilled, gathered, doesn't go out in any manner, because this is very true for companies B2C space, where a lot of data is dependent on the customer side of it. Right? So having those right firewalls in place and guardrails in place does become very important.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And my next question is from Poonam, ma'am. So, and it is very relevant also because when we discuss about the business competency and all these things, so how can business balance innovation, ethical governance and stakeholder trust while staying competitive? Because that is also very relevant to be competitive in the business world.
Yeah, thanks. So this is a very good or relevant question whenever we talk about any transformation or the problem solving thing. So as my last 30 years experience was in business excellence, so I would say ESG is very strongly related to business excellence. So whatever we used to do in business excellence, we need to identify first who is our stakeholder. So in case of normal operation of the business, we consider customer is our main stakeholder. While in case of ESG, we all are the stakeholders, starting from your community, stakeholders, customer, investor, regulator, whatever word you want to take. So to identify who are our stakeholders, we go for a SEMA, stakeholder engagement materiality assessment, to identify who are the stakeholders, what are the key material issue to them, and how to understand from their perspective what are the key issues, the challenges, what we should address, not only for today, for the future, and how can we continue our organization operations. So basis on that, we see how and what is important and how to communicate, whether it is internal or external, and good, bad, both. There are some scenarios where we have good performance, in some scenario we don't have. We have to be transparent, we have to be ethical, and we have to see how to bring those things linked with our goals. So if I say my goal is net zero by 2050, by saying only this, it is not that I am doing ESG or sustainability. We have to see how to break such a big target, big commitment into a tangible and small term goals, so that we can see our progress, we can monitor, and we can identify the stakeholders who is accountable, responsible, and share the performance with our relevant stakeholders. So like this is a continuous journey, the way we used to do in any excellence. Same thing is applicable for ESG. This is a problem in front of us. We have to identify how to solve by system thinking. We have to take everything collectively. It should not be like this. At one point we are solving a problem, but other we are creating 10 problems. So this is the way we have to do it. And whenever we have to come with a solution for the problem, we have to take environment, social, and obviously governance always in the center of this.
Thank you, madam. Last question to Selvam, sir. So you come from a public sector background. So public sector enterprises face distinctive governance challenges, large shareholder diversity, political accountability, and complex compliance obligations. From your experience, how can company secretaries balance regulatory compliance and stewardship responsibility in such public sector organization? Your quick comment will be highly appreciated.
Yes, it's the right question in the public sector perspective. The company secretary of public sector are playing, and definitely they are playing a different ball game. Let me say that I had an opportunity to serve with the private sector half of my career and the rest half of with the public sector. I had an opportunity to see both sides of the coin. Public sector, by and large, when the people read the Companies Act, they say scores of sections are not applicable for the government companies. That's the only fact of those who are reading plainly the Companies Act. But they are replaced, substituted with the DP guidelines and the departmental guidelines, which are much more cumbersome than whatever is provided in the Companies Act. The same way, the company secretary, to perform a duty as a company secretary, it is not that simple. Reason, none of the director is selected by the board. Everybody is coming from heaven. I say it's from the presidential directive. So even the executive management will not have any idea who is going to be the independent director of the company. That is the state of the affair for the public sector company. When such is the case, where is the question for the management to decide about whether an independent director will be bringing so much expertise on any field, including ESG or CSR kind of things? So whatever the lot of directors given, appointed on the board by the government, the company secretary has to live with them. Of course, they find it, let me be frank, some company secretaries used to cry. Even the person who is appointed as a company, the director on the board, they are not ready to share their DIN number to get the digital signature. Why should I give you? Government has already appointed me. Why should I give you so many things? Are you bigger than government? These are all the posture even I faced when I was there in service. So needless to say, unless otherwise the management is so strong enough, it is very difficult to implement any of the regulatory guidelines in public sector.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Suresh, please.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And on behalf of all the participants here, And on behalf of all the company secretaries, company secretary family, I would like to express my gratitude of thanks to all the panelists, because today we have discussed about the importance of ESG, and we discuss what is the stewardship that is actually taking the very carefully responsibility of ESG governance. And it is rightly pointed out by Swati Tiwari ma'am that it is not limited to the big companies, and it is directly affecting to the MSME who are manufacturing here and supplying their goods in Europe. So you need to be compliant, and as a company secretary, we should not limited to the reporting only, but it is a very new area, very new opportunity as a company secretary, that we should be involved in the drafting of framework of ESG. We should be involved in the implementation of ESG framework, and very important part then come after implementation, that is audit or accountability of the company, that is assessment. So we are already doing the assessment on for many companies, and we are seeing this ESG concept since ages, and it is mentioned in our Sanatan also. We are worshipping the Lord Shiva family also. That concept is coming to my mind because we are discussing about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So when you see the Lord Shiva family, we are worshipping him. So Lord Shiva's ornament is a snake. He's wearing a snake in his neck, and his Vahan is Nandi, that is a bull. And when you see Ma Parvati, his Vahan is Singh, that is lion. And when you see his son Ganesha, his Vahan is Musak, that is rat. And his another son Kartikeya's Vahan is more. So when you see this Shiva family, you will directly get the answer how India is related with ESG. When you see the food chain, lion eats bull, snake eats rat, and snake is eaten by peacock, but they are not eating each other. They are satisfied. They are basically, they are growing, and this is the best example of sustainability. And it is rightly said by Mahatma Gandhi that the world has enough for everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. So I would like to conclude this session here, and I would like to express my gratitude of thanks to all the panelists, and most importantly our former president Shri Vinayak Sadasiv Khanvelkar sir, who is our mentor and guiding force. So please give a big round of applause for all the panelists and our session chair. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for such a valuable session. May I now request our session coordinators, along with CS Jaideep Nanaso Patil, Member Managing Committee of Kolhapur Chapter of ICSI, and CS Rahul Ramnik Bhai Kokhar, Chairman Rajkot Chapter of ICSI, to join us on the dais and present a memento to our speaker, CS MEV Selvam sir. Please put your hands together as we felicitate our speaker. Let's have a huge round of applause for our speaker, CS MEV Selvam. May I now request our session coordinators, along with CS Vivek Manish Bhai Molia, Member Managing Committee of Rajkot Chapter, and CS Priyanka Yadav, Member Managing Committee of Navi Mumbai Chapter of ICSI, to join us on the dais and present a memento to our speaker, Ms. Poonam Jindkar. Let's have a huge round of applause for our speaker, Ms. Poonam Jindkar. Now I request our session coordinators, along with CS Gaurav Dharmendra Verma, Chairman Chhatrapati Shambhaji Nagar Chapter, and CS Swapnil Shrikant Indurkar, Chairman Thane Chapter, to join us on the dais to facilitate our speaker and present a memento to Ms. Swati Tiwari. Please put your hands together as we felicitate our speaker, Ms. Swati Tiwari. Thank you so much, the dignitaries on the dais. We now move forward to the fourth and final technical session of the day. This is an extremely important and pertinent topic we have, and this session will be on catalyzing growth for MSMEs and startups. Our fourth session is on catalyzing growth for MSMEs and startups. We're all entrepreneurs here, and even MSMEs represent the entrepreneurial spirit, and this drives the economy forward with innovation and employment. We, company secretaries, have a vital role to support these MSMEs and startups in becoming and creating India a world-class economy. And to discuss on this important theme, we commence our fourth and final session with a very special speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our session chair, Shri K. Sarvanan, Chief General Manager, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Sir, can we please have you on the dais? Along with our speakers, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia, Founder and Managing Director, Resurgent India Limited, and Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, former Director General, National Institute for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Please put your hands together for our session speakers and the moderators of this session. C.S. Dhananjay Shukla, sir, immediate former President and Council Member ICSI, along with C.S. Rupanjana De, ma'am, Council Member ICSI. Thank you. Please put your hands together for a prolific speaker panel we have for the fourth and final technical session of this 27th National Conference of Practicing Company Secretaries. I now request our session coordinators to kindly felicitate and welcome our session chair, Shri K. Sarvanan sir, Chief General Manager, Securities and Exchange Board of India, by presenting him a planter. Sir is working as a Chief General Manager at SEBI and is currently positioned in the Department of Debt and Hybrid Securities. He's an associate member of the Institute and has around 28 years of work experience with SEBI. I request the dignitaries to also come forward as we welcome our session chair. Please put your hands together for Shri K. Sarvanan, Chief General Manager, Securities and Exchange Board of India. We welcome you, sir. I now request our session coordinators to welcome another speaker on the panel today, and I also request CS Shraddha Ganantra, Member Managing Committee of Rajkot Chapter, to kindly come on the dais. As we welcome our speaker, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia, Founder and Managing Director, Resurgent India Limited, by presenting him a planter. We welcome you, sir. Please put your hands together for Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia, Founder and Managing Director, Resurgent India Limited. Sir is the founder and managing director of Resurgent India Limited, a leading financial advisory firm and co-founder of the fintech ScoreMe.in. Resurgent is a market leader in debt and raising stressed assets advisory. It also offers consultancy services to the central government, state government, PSUs, and Fortune 500 companies. We welcome you, sir. I now request our session coordinators, together with CS Jyotiba Lumane Gavde, Member Managing Committee of Kolhapur Chapter ICSI, to kindly come forward as we felicitate and welcome our speaker, Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, former Director General, National Institute for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, by welcoming her with a planter. Ma'am is a passionate professional in the field of management, entrepreneurship and skill development. With over 28 years of work experience, she's an alumni of National Institute of Technology. Over the course of her career, she has worked with 5 union ministries of the Government of India, contributing significantly to the diverse sector, including plantation, environment, entrepreneurship, MSME, fisheries, and skill development. She was the first woman Director General of the National Institute for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. Please have a huge round of applause for ma'am. We welcome you, all the panelists, and I now request the session coordinators to kindly take this forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my proud privilege to welcome you all to the fourth technical session of the 27th National Conference of Practicing Company Secretaries on the sub-theme Catalyzing Growth for MSMEs in Startups. We are supposed to wrap up the session by 2 p.m., but we are starting at 1:50. So it will go a little longer, kindly bear with us. The topic of this session is extremely relevant and significant in the present economic landscape where MSMEs and startups are emerging as the backbone of innovation, employment generation, and sustainable economic growth in India. On behalf of the ICSI, on the behalf of my President C.S. Pavanji Chandak, on my personal behalf, I am very pleased to extend my warm and sincere welcome to the esteemed learned speakers for this session. Our session chair, Sri K. Sarvananji, Chief General Manager, Securities and Exchange Board of India, and our distinguished panelist, Sri Jyoti Prakash Gadia, Founder and Managing Director, Resurgent India Limited, and Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, former Director General, National Institute for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Welcome you, sir. Welcome you, madam. There is a famous quote by Peter F. Drucker which says the best way to predict the future is to create it. And today, MSMEs and startups are doing exactly the same role, creating the future for India. India, which had witnessed a 6.5% of consistent growth rate for the last 12.5 years, there has been the stellar performance by the MSME and the startups. MSME and startups are no longer viewed as a small business units or emerging ventures. They have become powerful growth engines of innovation, employment generation, exports and economic growth. India today has over 7 crores MSMEs, contributing nearly 30% to the country's GDP and around 45% of the exports. Contributing nearly 30% to the country GDP and around 45% exports. Simultaneously, India has emerged as the third largest startup ecosystem globally with more than 1.5 lakhs of DPIIT recognized startups and over 100 unicorns. Recognizing this potential, the Government of India has introduced several initiatives to strengthen the MSME and startup ecosystem within the country. The Startup India initiative has created a strong support framework through DPIIT recognition, tax benefit, faster patent processing, and easier regulatory compliances. The Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and Vocal for Local movement have further encouraged indigenous manufacturing and entrepreneurship. Similarly, schemes such as Udyam registration, Mudra Yojana, collateral-free credits, funds of startups, production-linked incentive schemes, and digital India reforms have collectively enhanced access to finance, simplified the ease of doing business, and advanced digital governance in the country. Incubation centers, innovation hubs, and government-backed entrepreneurial programs are empowering young minds to transform innovative ideas into scalable and sustainable business models. While opportunities for MSMEs and the startups are immense, the challenges they encounter are equally significant and crucial. Many enterprises struggle with regulatory complexities, multiple compliances, access to finance, cyber vulnerabilities, intellectual property protection issues, and governance management. Often founders possess brilliant ideas but lack a structure guidance in legal, governance, and compliance matters. And this is precisely where the role of company secretaries becomes transformational. A startup may begin with innovation, but it's through governance only. An MSME may begin with ambition, but it sustains through compliance, credibility, and strategy guidance. Today, the company secretary stands as a steward of governance and a strategic advisor, bridging entrepreneurial vision with regulatory resilience, investor confidence, and sustainable growth. If entrepreneurs are the builders of enterprise, company secretaries are the custodians of its sustainability. I firmly believe that strong compliance is the silent currency of investor confidence and sustainable growth. A well-governed MSME or startup naturally attracts investors, lenders, strategic partners, and public trust. And company secretary, by ensuring robust compliances, emerge as catalyst of investor trust and sustainable growth. As India moves towards becoming a global economic powerhouse and a $5 trillion economy, the contribution of MSME startups and governance professionals will be instrumental. I am confident that today's technical session will provide meaningful insights into the emerging opportunities, practical challenges, and evolving role of company secretary in strengthening India's MSME and startup ecosystem. With these words, I request our session chair, Sri K. Sarvananji, and speakers to share their thoughts, insights, and experiences. We once again welcome you, sir.
Over to you, Rupa.
Thank you, Shukla ji, and hello everyone. Thanks to all the speakers for accepting our request, and this being the last session, it is also a privilege for us to have a very elite, esteemed speakers in this session, and so many of the participants still glued to the session. There are about 6,000 members participating online also. So to start with, I was a bit curious about, what are the initiatives that have been taken by SEBI for strengthening the corporate bond market, and how has those initiatives impacted the market performance and the investor confidence, whether it has increased or not. So if you could throw a light. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to all my co-panelists, all the audience over here. And many thanks for giving me an opportunity to participate in this PCS, Practicing Company Secretaries Annual Conference. Before I answer the questions raised by her, there are two things I wanted to mention over here, the context of the Practicing Company Secretaries we have been assembled here. One is when I was in CFD, a few years ago, keeping the secretaries in practice in mind, I had mentioned that, okay, let us have some kind of a committee that's set up in SEBI. A working group can be set up in SEBI. And then that working group decide how the secretarial audit report shall be for listed companies. And our past president, Mr. Narasimhan, was heading that group. And he was the one who actually steered the committee and brought out a very good working points on how to strengthen the report. And that report was internally discussed in the Gandhi committee and everything, and some of the points are implemented also. So similarly, when I was posted in DDHS, this is a Department of Digital and Hybrid Securities last year, then I was looking for an opportunity where I can make use of my company secretary's fraternity. Incidentally, I am also from the same ICSA fraternity. I am an associate member. So they forgot to mention the CS here. Anyways, so whenever I go and look for an opportunity over here, I saw that already there is a prescription on written invite. Secretaries in practice, they need to come out with a statutory secretary audit report. And then I requested ICSA last year. The CP requested ICSA last year. Why don't you come with a guidance note on written invite? And I was told by the organizers here, like yesterday, that particular guidance note was released in this program of 27th PCS conference. I'm very happy about that. I'm thankful to the ICSA for taking my request forward. That's one thing. The question what I was raised today is about corporate bond. Corporate bond is one. I don't know, for the last 1 year, this particular thing has been very close to my heart. I used to be always with LODR, education, inquiry, and different areas of my work. The last year, ever since I was posted over here in the department, I was looking for some opportunities, what I can do where I can really do a kind of good contribution to. There I found corporate bonds are the ones, where we can really do a good amount of job. Bonds are not new for any of us, they're not new. Ever since debentures have been defined under Section 2, Section 12 of the Companies Act 1956, bonds are coming to play. Again, when I look at the kind of traction, the kind of volume that Indian corporate bond has got, I thought that, okay, rather SEBI thought that, okay, it is important that we have to enhance the volume. We have to, there is a good scope for the bond market to, go to different places and make, investors invest over here. So to that extent, we had come up with a number of policy measures to make the bond market really viable, useful to investors. And one of them is reducing the face value, the EVP platform, the RFQ platform, and the online bond platform providers, OVPs. They are the ones, the interface between the retail and the issuer. So that platform has been made, functional for the last 2 years. They were doing a good job. Otherwise, this is basically an institutional market. This is basically institutional market, and everything happens on a OTC basis. And this is all privately placed ones. So now the question is that how to make it even more democratic, how to take this word to the very corner of the nook and corner of the country. That's what was bothering us. So what we did was we saw a good scope over here. So precisely on February 4th of this year, we conducted one pan-India corporate bond outreach inaugural program. Our chairman, SEBI, he inaugurated the program. During the program, what chairman did was that he introduced a tagline for corporate bond. You all must be very sure about mutual funds Sahi Hai, which is a buzzword today when it comes to mutual funds, SIP and all that. Wherever I go, people say, I do not know anything about securities market and capital market, but I know something about SIP. As if SIP is something out of this net. So people are having that kind of understanding that was made possible by mutual funds Sahi Hai campaign and fee. So we also thought what could be done as far as the bond is concerned. Then we came to the tagline, Bonds Ek Sashakt Bandhan. And this was introduced, launched by Chairman Sir on 4th of February. And now since then, we have been meeting various issuers. What is happening? What did we see? The data, what the data suggests us. We find that roughly, somebody told me that, sir, there are about more than 4 lakh companies. More than 4 lakh companies, roughly about 4 lakh 13,000 and odd, where the balance sheet has got liability. Okay, it's a borrowed fund is sitting in the balance sheet somewhere or other. Could be a bank borrowing, it could be intercorporate deposit, it could be NBFC borrowing, or it could be corporate bond also. But again, what happened? The number of corporate bond issuers is very less, license is very less. Today we have got about some 57 trillion rupees, license outstanding, value of license outstanding. But the scope is really large, huge, and much more can be done. There is a huge space for that. Acres and acres of space is there for us to get into this market. So what we did was, we have been telling people like, we come to your places, issuers, we'll try to understand what your concerns are. So this is a unique initiative of SEBI. First of its kind, I would say, to the best of my memory, where SEBI's initiatives, along with the exchanges, both BS and NSE, have been helping us. And we also take the help of all the intermediaries who are concerned with the bond issuance. Like for example, we have debenture trustees, we have rating agencies, we have merchant bankers and arrangers, and of course registrars, communities also. So what we do is that we form a group of people, a team of people. We go to different places and make them understand what the bond market is all about. And we had one such meeting day before yesterday in Mumbai at MCA Club, where we had some 30 plus issuers who had come to meet us. So these are the ones where we, on a one-to-one basis, the format of the programs is something like a roundtable conference. We all meet one-to-one, try to understand what your problems are. Some people may be too shy to speak in public. So we meet them in person, try to understand why are you not coming to the market, and what kind of idea do you have on that. And some of them have some good inputs to give us. Why am I hesitating to come to this market? What is the thing that you have to do, SEBI? All these inputs are very, very valuable for us. We are taking these inputs very seriously for. This is one thing that we are doing now. As far as the effects of whatever has happened in the past due to our policy initiatives, there is a good traction we could see. We can see good traction, and there is an improved investor interest in bond market also. With the West Asia war up from February end onwards, we could find investors looking for an unexplored opportunity of investment, and they find corporate bond to be the one where they can think of like. So what we are doing is that, so along with the deepening market exercise or initiative, we are also taking up something called National Fixed Income Literacy Mission, NFIL. So this is a kind of a dual project. One is National Bond Market Deepening Initiative. This is for the issuers to be addressed. Other one is about the investors, NFIL. So both these are being simultaneously we are launching, and we are meeting people, and we'll be going to different more places also. We just made a very humble beginning. A couple of months back, we had to go to different places of this country. We have seen the data suggesting that the distribution of corporate bond issuance is not something the same. It's a bit skewed. In Maharashtra, I find the issuance to be the largest one. And likewise, in other states, I find the issuance to be comparatively lesser. So there is an opportunity for us to go to these places, understand through them, and make them understand. We'll go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, all this, and we'll make them understand what the bond market is all about. In this way, we may have to come to secretaries also. We can, take your help also, because you are the ones who are actually taking care of the compliance aspect. You are the ones who are in touch with the management, your CFOs on a day-to-day basis. Some of you may be secretaries from CFOs also. So you may be the right type of people, a class of people, whom we can approach, and we are requesting ICSA also to extend all its support to us. And there is an increased activity in bond market. There is improved awareness in bond market, and more to come. And policies are also in the offering. Like we are looking into market making exercise. This was announced by in the budget speech this year. We are also looking at on a sandbox approach. We are looking at corporate bond for asset tokenization. So that is also being considered by SEBI. So we're looking into all these possibilities, and we are also looking at bond derivatives. That is also being considered by us actually. So many measures are in the pipeline, to make this bond visible to both issuer and investor, not just the investor, and issuers also. And more are going to come, more traction would be seen. And ICSA, I'm requesting you to extend all your support.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very apt and detailed response. I have a question for you also. How company secretaries in general and ICSI in particular help you in your mission?
As I mentioned to you some time back, whenever whichever department I am posted personally, I look for opportunities to interact with ICSA and its members, both in employment and service. Here, secretaries can actually do a good job in terms of bringing out the advantages of listing. Today, in the Friday meeting, somebody was telling, so the point is well taken. Some of the mid-sized companies, do they really know what is the NC's regulations? Do they know what non-convertible securities are? Are they aware of it? I had a doubt that such a question would come, and precisely it came from one of the market intermediaries on Friday. So how are you going to take it forward? Secretaries, both in employment and service, is a good catalyst, an agent who can tell the management what bond is all about. So that's one great effort can be put by each one of you, and take this word forward to your boardrooms. Look, there is an opportunity like this. My question is that the moment if it comes to fundraising, always we go to any of the banks. Okay, that's where we have been trained. But now banks, we are overcrowding. This is what we are feeling like. RBI is also having a parallel feeling. Looks like banking system has been overly used by the corporates, and corporates have got their own niche areas to look into, like bond ones. So why don't you go over here and look for some opportunities over here, so that that space can be utilized by the bankers for all the priority lending. So this is the kind of compromise somebody has to really look into and take this matter forward to the boardrooms. Tell the management, look, this is an important area where we have to. There are n number of advantages, which may not accrue to you if you go for a traditional bank, borrowing. Like for example, you are firstly getting rated by a rating agency. There are 7 rating agencies over here. We are regulating them also. And you are getting rated. Rating helps you go for a better bargain. As an individual, if you go and bargain with your lending institution, we have limited capacity. Whereas a SEBI registered intermediary, when it rates you, then your strength becomes very many times higher. So these people have to really understand. And apart from this, you have all the guardrails which have been put up from the investor's perspective also. We have a debenture trustee, we have merchant bankers do diligence. Now we are now overly concentrating on the OVPs also in terms of their how they are functioning, how they are taking it up to investors, retail investors. All these things we are looking into. We are also looking into the advertisement code. We are revamping the advertising code for OVPs. So all these things we are collectively doing. We are addressing both the issuer side as well as from the supply side as well as demand side. Both we are addressing. A stage has to come. Bond should not be looked at merely as an institutional product. It's like the way that we talk about SIPs, because I met somebody yesterday, that person was not knowing anything about securities market at all. The moment I went and met the person, that person was asking, sir, can you do something? Can you tell me something about SIP I want to get into? What is it? So likewise, I had the opportunity to go to CASF people and discuss with them a couple of months back. And when I asked them, you all know what bond was? And the question was, we do not know anything about share market and all, capital market and all, we have no idea at all. Please, we all know only one thing called SIP. So that way, SIP has become a kind of a domestic term, a domestic word. And we want the same kind of impact to come to bond market also. And issuers also have to come and taste it. Investors have to come and taste it. It's something which is open for both of you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure that company secretaries will encash the opportunities available in the bond market, and ICSI will also play a pivotal role. Now, moving on, I would very politely request Sri Jyoti Prakash Gadia ji for his initial remarks.
पवन सर, धनंजय जी, रूपांजना जी, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इंस्टीट्यूट, आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल टू यू. जब आप लोगों के साथ बैठते हैं तो एक याराना पिक्चर का एक गाना है कि सर खाक से उठा के आपने पलक में बैठा दिया. दैट यू हैव ऑल डन इट फॉर मी. थैंक यू सो मच. Really grateful to you all with the core of my heart that giving me this honor of sitting behind you and giving me this honor with you all. Since the time is short, so I will just try to give you some of these 6-7 news headlines about MSME की दुनिया में चल के आ रहा है सर. तो छोटे से खाली 4-5 headlines पे बात करते हैं. Approximately around 20.5% of all the MSME entrepreneurs are women, and it is growing at a rate of 22%. Second headlines. Approximately 45% of the new startups which are getting registered, they are coming from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. That is the third headlines. Second, just a second. Banks, which constitute around 60% of the credit market. PSU banks, generally State Bank of India and all this is अपन PSU bank बोलते हैं. Private sector banks, which are generally like ICICIs and HDFCs and Kotak, generally we feel that private sector banks are little conservative in lending and their due diligence is more stronger and they constitute around 40% of the market. Last year, PSU बैंक का पूरे MSME मार्केट का शेयर था 13.41 लाख करोड़ और प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंकों का शेयर था 14.41 लाख करोड़. जो कि 3 साल पहले प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक्स वेर फार लोअर देन द पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक. So in this last 3-4 years, the transition which has happened, it means the inside story, what we can inference that we can draw is that the MSME is growing stronger. या तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक की क्रेडिट अप्रेजल की पॉलिसी वीक हो रही है या फिर एमएसएमई स्ट्रांग हो रहा होगा. तो दिस इज व्हाट द नॉलेज विच वी कैन ड्रॉ. The third, the important news item that we should all be aware, NBFC credit. NBFC, which is much more stringent because it is their own money which they are lending to a credit, sir. It is growing at a rate of 22% to all the MSME at large, where the PSU and banking sector, they are growing at a rate of 12% या 13% के बीच में grow कर रहे हैं. So NBFC as a sector to the MSME in this last 4-5 years, they are growing at its largest possible space which is growing there. इंडिया के अंदर में लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट और एमएसएमई कॉर्पोरेट के बीच में जो ब्याज का जो गैप है, again this is the fifth news item which is an important news item. Interest rate gap between the large corporate, average large corporate and the MSME corporate is 4.7%. ब्याज की दर पे लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट और एमएसएमई में 4.7 का फर्क है, जबकि इन ऑल द डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज द गैप इज बिटवीन 0.28 to 0.75%. अगेन दिस इज अगेन ए वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नंबर्स. मैं खाली आपको 4 नंबर बताऊंगा, आप लोग खाली बस याद रख लेंगे एंड देन वी विल कम बैक. दिस इज माय 6th न्यूज आइटम टू यू ऑल. इन द ईयर 21 लगभग 4.20 लाख एमएसएमई के अकाउंट थे, मतलब 4.5 लाख अकाउंट थे, और लगभग 17.5 लाख करोड़ का क्रेडिट था. मतलब 4.5 लाख करोड़ अकाउंट और 17.5 लाख करोड़ का क्रेडिट, जो कि इस साल 250 हो गया, मतलब 2.5 लाख अकाउंट हो गए, मतलब 4.5 से अकाउंट घट के 2.5 हो गए. और जबकि जो टोटल बैंक का जो क्रेडिट है वो 17.5 से बढ़ के 30 लाख करोड़ हो गए. तो व्हाट the new inference that we can get is that the number of MSMEs are going down, but the credit of each and every MSME, it is getting doubled. So it means the quality of the MSME is getting better, and this is there. Now for the, अब हमने एक MSME IPO के ऊपर में स्टडी किया कि how is the growth, how is the SME IPO से क्यों हम लोग कंपनीज को लेके जाएं. There are 3 good parameters कि यदि MSMEs which are before the IPO, what is the CAGR growth? CAGR growth जो कि एक सेकंड, before listing the CAGR growth for the MSME was around 48% in the sales growth. यदि 48% से any MSME whichever the SME IPO वो लगभग 40 से 50% के बीच में ग्रो कर रहे थे. Those MSMEs after getting listed, they are growing at a rate of 75% to 90%. The profitability index, the PAT, which was growing at a rate of 10% year on year before getting listed, the PAT is growing at a rate of 24% CAGR growth after getting listed. Current ratio, which is an important parameter, which is a liquidity ratio, which was around 1.40 before the listing, which has improved to 1.90 after the listing. So this is, and the last news item, which is a very very important, how will you identify कि whether आप लोग MSME हैं कि आप लोग छोटी कंपनी है कि बड़ी कंपनी, आप समझेंगे कैसे? There is a very very important trend. If the loan, if you have a loan amount of less than 1 crore rupees, the important is that कि out of 1 crore यदि आपका लोन अमाउंट यदि 1 करोड़ के नीचे है तो वर्किंग कैपिटल लिमिट इज अराउंड 51%, टर्म लोन इज अराउंड 17%. बट इफ द लोन अमाउंट इज बिटवीन 1 करोड़ to 10 crore, the working capital has reduced from 51% to 49%, and term loan has increased from 17% to 22%. As we grow up the ladder, working capital is going down. जो जो हम बड़ी कंपनी बनते जाते हैं, हमारी वर्किंग कैपिटल की रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ती जाती, कम होती जाती है, और टर्म लोन की रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ती जाती है. You can see this instantly because MSMEs are the actually which are financing the large corporate. So in any of these large corporate balance sheet, you will not find much of the working capital. They might have sanctioned, but the utilization of those working capital is not there, and it can be recently seen from this data fact. Before, I just wanted to bring this MSME का जो मेरे को लगता है कि these are the 7 important news items for you all to take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gadia sir, for your various insights into the MSME and startup ecosystem. I would very politely request Dr. S. Glory Swarupa for her initial remarks.
Namaskar. I congratulate the management of ICSI for coming up with the 27th edition of this national conference, and my compliments to all the practicing company secretaries for your contributions to the MSMEs in particular and in general to economic development of our nation. And I also appreciate the delegates sitting here with a lot of enthusiasm and interest. I think we have more delegates outside than inside. Anyway, we are close to lunch. Whoever is here, so please stay back. We will not hold you for more time. Quickly we'll do it. The dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I was told to speak on innovative ecosystems in skill development and capacity building of entrepreneurs. Before proceeding, even what capacity building is being happening at the official level also, I just want to share, because to train the entrepreneurs, we need the trainers. So I worked almost 3 decades with the Government of India and a decade with the Ministry of MSME and the latest assignment as Director General. So Government of India has made 2 new cadres, like you know, IAS, IPS and all those cadres. Likewise, Indian Enterprise Development Service, Indian Skill Development Service. So these 2 cadre officers were trained in our institute in all aspects related to MSMEs because they are new. And likewise, even in the Academy Labasna, for IAS, IPS and all other cadres, always there is a session on this MSME development. So how to handhold the entrepreneurs, how to take care of MSME, all activities. Of course, Indian Economic Service officers as part of Bharat Darshan, they come and they take very intense course for 15 days. Apart from that, all the officers of industries department in every state, now it is industries and MSME and somewhere commerce is also, they're all being built the capacity time to time. But I don't know how much that is being translated to the entrepreneurs. But however, Government of India has come out with a very, very innovative ecosystem, comprehensive, which is multi-layered to build the skills of the entrepreneurs and also other capacities to take care of their enterprising activities, which could transition from the traditional vocational training to a forward-looking technology-driven framework. So this ecosystem is believed, whatever is made at present, to bridge the gap between the industrial demands and the entrepreneurial talent which is existing to leverage the existing policy framework in India and institutional support, public digital infrastructure, targeted public fund, inclusive grassroots schemes, innovation, incubation, all that. But time allocated is 5 minutes. I just focus on 5 important aspects, that is policy, infrastructure, innovation and incubation, inclusion and emerging trends. Anything later you can ask. Related to policy, I want to highlight only 2 ministries. We have A to Z ministries, starting from agriculture, AYUSH to social justice, textiles and all, where I have directly involved in implementation, that I will just share. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, that is the decade-old ministry. 2015 it is being inducted by Government of India. It coordinates all the national skilling efforts, builds technical frameworks and design adaptable future-ready curricula across the sectors. And they have come out with a policy, national policy for skill development and entrepreneurship, that is focusing on creating an inclusive culture of innovation, integrating work-life balance, exposure, and building high speed to market competencies. And they have an organization that is NCVET, National Council for Vocational Training and Vocational Education and Training. So it acts as a regulatory body, setting standardized frameworks for technical and vocational education. And they also have come out with the sector skill councils. I don't know how many of you heard about this. Around 37 councils are there, and they have association with industry-led bodies that identify industry skills, requirement, and validate training qualifications, training providers, and also the institutions at different levels, district level, village level, regional levels. Coming to Ministry of MSME, that my own ministry, so they have come out with very good schemes. One is assistance to training institutions, wherein institutions were facelifted, their capacity was built further to impart the skills required for the industry and for their livelihood. So this scheme is being implemented across the country. And another important scheme, that is Entrepreneurship and Skill Development Program, that is being even offered at IITs and IIMs and all the premier institutions, including institutions of national importance, to make them to understand what are the skill requirements and how to take it to the entrepreneurs who are in need, including women and SHG group. There is a scheme called Aspire. You all heard about innovation centers, incubation centers, technology business incubation, but this focuses on livelihood business incubation. Whatever the resources available, whatever the technology available in the rural areas, so to take care of that as an enterprising activity, this is being implemented. And we were talking about ESG. I think one of the focus theme about this conference is also ESG. Two schemes has been released by Government of India, that is GIFT scheme, Greening Initiatives. Other one is SPICE scheme for circular economy. So this is related to policy. Coming to institutional infrastructure, modern capability building is largely relying on physical infrastructure integrated heavily with open source digital public infrastructure. In the previous session also someone was talking about ITIs, Industrial Training Institutions. We have worked very closely with them, and 14,000 plus institutions have been identified to impart this Industry 4.0 skills. So what we are talking about, the promising or future skills required for the MSME sector, and to integrate them with the public-private, organizations. So Tata is investing so much into ITIs. Mahindra is doing a lot of collaboration. Infosys in AI space. Likewise, many private players, they are hand-holding the ITIs. And there is one good scheme from Government of India, that is PM Setu. So that handholds the existing ITIs into modern hub and spoke training clusters. You might have heard about industry clusters, right? But now under this scheme, the training clusters with ITIs is coming up, and there is Skill India Digital Hub. So it is an automated industry-centric digital platform enabling ease of skilling. So we talk about ease of doing business, but this is meant for ease of skilling, virtual learning, and job matching. So likewise, in the space of mentoring also, there is a scheme called MARK, exclusively for to offer mentorship. So built under the Startup India initiative to democratize cross-country and structured advisory support for early stage students. And in the innovation and incubation space, so you all know Niti Aayog and Atal Incubation Mission. So now 2.0 is under vogue. Under that, Atal Incubation Centers are there. And apart from that, Atal Community Incubation Centers have come up to extend a lot of innovative and entrepreneurial solutions to the community in the rural areas, among the women segment also. I'm very happy to share that through Atal Incubation Center, which is functioning in Nidde University in Karnataka, that is Udupi district, we have established a cluster. So they're also acting as the carriers for implementing Government of India schemes. Likewise, we have a Nidhi scheme. Nidhi umbrella scheme by DST, Department of Science and Technology. And from Ministry of Commerce and Industry, we have Startup India seed fund that is also available. So under that, to develop a prototype, up to 20 lakhs grant is given, and to get into the markets, because marketing is also challenge for entrepreneur and even MSMEs. So 50 lakhs funding is available. Apart from that, under various ministries, a lot of schemes are there, A to Z again. And there is recently one good scheme released, that is Navachar Mantra by Ministry of Skill Development Entrepreneurship and IIT Delhi for the grassroots innovators, to make them linked with top tier mentors and venture capitalists and angel investors. So under inclusion, so we have worked with the Ministry of Social Justice to bring out entrepreneurs from denotified tribes, which is not listed in the Constitution of India. So finding out these tribes, giving them Aadhaar card and whatever the domain skills they have, making it an enterprising activity. That exercise is going on. The other side, PM Genman skilling component, it is particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So under Ministry of Skill Development Entrepreneurship, 2 institutions are part of this scheme implementing for these tribal groups. And the focus is on emerging trends. So it is already listed in this theme, that is artificial intelligence. So that stands on the top to lead Industry 4.0 and deep tech and technology driven enterprising activities, and quantum computing. So that is the buzzword. And very recently, the first center was inaugurated in Andhra Pradesh by Government of Andhra Pradesh in collaboration with many top class, world class institutions, and sustainability and greening. So we are talking about this. So under this also, Ministry has got 2 good schemes, that is Z, zero effect and zero defect. How do we take care of the environment and also our resources, and also lean scheme. So UNIDO and World Bank, they are also investing so much into this greening space. And there is SME manufacturing, that is topmost priority, because through services we cannot have much employment opportunities for the unemployed. So manufacturing is looked into as one of the emerging areas. That's how robotics for automation, 3D printing, and local precision prototyping, whatever the local technologies we have, so how do we make it as a prototype. And more importantly, the comprehensive business solutions. So I think you are very much part of that, offering your services for the MSMEs and companies. So the digital Saksham, under that financial literacy and digital literacy also is being taken care, and marketing of local goods, goods made by the SHG women and grassroots innovators, taking care of the quality metrics, and also collaboratively to mentor them for the risk management. So entrepreneurship is all about taking the risk. So all these are given the thrust. So I'm closing here. I think further we'll deliberate during the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for very in-depth analysis and sharing of the very excellent perspectives on the MSME and startup framework. Company secretaries has been playing a pivotal role in facilitating the governance framework across all the MSME and startup ecosystem in India. At the ICSI, in 2023, we had set up MSME and startup board. And ICSI has been also playing a very crucial and significant role in shaping the governance framework, particularly with reference to MSME and startup board, the startup ecosystem. We have also come up with different publications. And offline, we can have a more detailed discussion that how we can collaborate to take it forward. Now, I would like to request to our session chair, Sarvananji, to take it forward.
So in the interest of time, a couple of questions to the co-panelists over here, and let's have some brief answers for them. Already we have asked Thanks, Tom. And I won't be asking you any 15 mark questions. It's all 8 questions only. Answer should be very brief. Please. My question to Dr. Gloria would be, how well does the current credit rating framework, the CRE credit rating framework, it captures the reality of MSMEs, and what could be done to make assessment more useful for lenders and borrowers? Basically, we are relating MSME with the credit rating, how best can be done through a rating, and how it can be useful for both borrowers and investors. Sorry, this is for Mr. Jyoti. I'm sorry, Mr. Jyoti. Sorry.
The question is, what is the difference in the rating mechanism for the MSMEs? Let us understand why the rating agencies are not able to rate the MSME. Let us take it on ourselves. Let's for a CNC, like for a CS member, हमारी अपने फर्म को यदि रेटिंग कराना हो तो हमारी रेटिंग एजेंसी को क्या क्या डिफिकल्टी आती है, जिसका कोई वो मापदंड नहीं है, जिसका कोई बातचीत नहीं हो पाती, इसके लिए वो रेटिंग नहीं दे पाते हैं सर. I will just name down 5 parameters which is equally applicable in all the MSME firms. First of all, it is the promoter knowledge. The second, it is the customer control. Kitna customer ka control, how do you measure that? Third, it is the process knowledge and also the technology knowledge that we have. Fourth, the collateral that we have given to the bank, that is not valued while taking into the rating agency. Fifth, my past track record. They will just look at my present cash flow. They will not look at my past track record. Lastly, it is the seasonality of business. Because अभी आप you can look into your firm. It is जब हमारा return का time आता है तब हमारे पास में कितना business होता है and look at my overall return. So these are the 6 parameters. I think that is very difficult for any of the rating agency to compare between the large corporate and the lastly it is the peer group comparison. Rating agency try to compare how you are doing vis-a-vis the other company. When they are comparing with the MSME, they are trying to compare with the large corporate. At that point of time, they generally feel that you are more susceptible to, you are more prone कि आप लोग in terms of numbers, in terms of profitability, you are not there. But in terms of whenever we talk about a regional player कि हमको तो पुणे में इसी market में रहना है, हमको तो भारतवर्ष का player ही नहीं बनना है. But I think so all the 6 points which I have mentioned, which are much more of an intangible in nature, which is very difficult for a rating agency to get it captured into the numbers. So the rating agency analogy ये fight हमेशा चलती रहेगी कि rating agency तो खाली बड़े लोगों के लिए.
Thank you, Mr. Jyoti. And I and Mr. Jyoti were discussing, before the start of the session, about rating agencies concerns that we have. We can, discuss with you more on that. I want to know your inputs on that. Which I mentioned to you some time back. Now, this is a question to you, initially. India's MSMEs often complain that skilled graduates are not industry ready. So, how does the ecosystem address this specific gap? It is skilled graduate, are they ready for the industry?
Yeah, this problem is existing and efforts are being made to bridge this gap. Like the equipment, machinery, whatever is available in ITI, Industrial Training Institute, or Polytechnic, or Engineering College, same is not available in the company, MSME, whether it's micro, small, or medium. You go to any industry, it is not so. So the students are trained in some other machine, and when you go there, it is something else. And there is no adequate skilling on this. On top of that, there is no integration or, there is no much collaboration between academia and industry. So more internships, more exposure, so more industry academia collaboration, I think definitely, can reduce this gap, and students are, the aspiring people who wish to get into the MSMEs, and MSMEs who wants these skilled workers. I think they should work very closely together. Now the efforts, one example I want to share, like in IIT Hyderabad, the corporates, they are part of the syllabus curricula. So they are telling, especially the science. So they tell what syllabus should be taught for the students, so that they will learn theory and they will come and practice in the industry. So that's how it should be. Then I think we can, to somehow, minimize this gap.
Thank you for inputs, madam. I think other agencies also shall follow what ICS has always been doing. At ICS, we got, very vigorous training. It's about some 15 months training ago when we were students those days. I'm talking about roughly some 3 decades ago. And it was not just clearing your academics, you have to get yourself trained also. So the moment we enter into either practice or service, we had known what was expected of us. So there was not much of difference between what we had learned and what our applications were. So that way, the credit shall go to ICSI. My next question to Mr. Jyoti. This is the question which I wanted to ask you. Personally, I was a bit interested in knowing this. You are the merchant banker, registered with SEBI, promoter of a company, founder of a new age group. New age companies, there is a founder, there is a promoter. What is your take on this?
Just wanted to give you an example. There is one CFO of a large e-commerce company. मेरे साथ ही रहता है और हम लोग 10 साल से मॉर्निंग वॉक साथ करते हैं. From last 10 years, in every morning walk, he is trying to convince me to invest 1 lakh rupees in his company. And I coming from a traditional mindset, I am finding it very difficult to understand. As the business is growing, his EBITDA loss is increasing. So how can anybody go and fund that? But sir, question is कि how to, if suppose there are 2 founders who are starting, one एक startup founder है और एक traditional founder है, तो differentiate कैसे करें? दोनों जन ने आज ही business चालू किया है. How do you differentiate between both the founders? So from my common sense, I have just found out 6-7 differences जो मेरे को बातचीत करने में लगा. And since I also run 2 companies, one is the Resurgent India Limited, which is the traditional financial advisory business जो हम लोग करते हुए आ रहे हैं, पुश्तैनी धंधा है. और एक हमने इंडिया की लार्जेस्ट फिनटेक कंपनी क्रिएट करी है, स्कोरमी सॉल्यूशंस, जो बैंकों में हम लोग डिजिटल लेंडिंग का टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइड करते हैं. So when I talk to both the companies, investors also, the mindset is different. So I will just try to give you some of the synopsis that how to differentiate between that. The traditional promoter generally goes and talk about the cash flow of the company. He will talk about profitability of the company. The more of the startup will go and talk about the growth business of the company. मैं दुनिया बदल दूंगा. This is the new way of doing businesses and other things. So it will be more onto the growth numbers rather than coming on the profitability numbers. Traditional business goes and generally monetizes is tangible. जो दिखता है वही वो कहता है. Like land and building, plant and machinery. He will go and monetizes his tangibles. The startup founders goes and monetizes intangibles. Intangibles like technology, data, network. This is the concept. He will try to monetize those intangibles there. The traditional business will try to monetize the tangibles which are there. Traditional businessman sells product, वो सामान बेचता है. जो स्टार्टअप फाउंडर है वो विजन और एग्जीक्यूशन बेचता है. He will go and sell कि सर मैं ऊबर की तरह I will change this type of a taxi world. He will go and sell vision. वो सामान नहीं बेच रहा, वो विजन बेचता है. जबकि कोई ट्रेडिशनल टैक्सी ऑपरेटर होगा, वो क्या बेचेगा कि सर मैं 50 टैक्सी लूंगा, मेरे को 50 टैक्सी खरीदने के लिए पैसे चाहिए. He will go and sell that. Traditional businessman has got more skin in the game. Whenever, like for an IPO, अभी SME IPO का भी लेके आएंगे. Traditional businessman, after the IPO also, he has more or less around 60 to 65% owner of the company after the IPO also. But the startup founder, after the IPO, he will have less than 10% skin in the game. So if you talk about that, what is the difference? The difference is between कि सर एक tangible, एक intangible, एक हमारे पास जो दिख रहा है, एक product बेच रहा है, एक vision बेच रहा है, and these are absolutely 2 different extreme cases which are there. I think so. Definitely the new age for founders which are very much required. The way नहीं तो we will not be getting into some sort of a change, and also the traditional businessman. Otherwise, the balancing act can never act. This is what my difference of opinion, what I thought the difference between, how the thought process difference between the traditional and the startup founders. Thank you.
Many thanks to you, Mr. Jyoti. My final question to Dr. Glory is, and how do you see, what's the role of the academic institutions, universities in scaling this ecosystem rapidly across the country, more from the academic institutions?
Yeah, to bring out the baby corns. Have you heard about the baby corns? Yes? Uh, for the past 5 years, I'm trying to promote this concept. See, we are always guided by United Nations, World Health Organization, European Union, and many, outside organizations all along. Now we are running after SDGs to reach those goals by 2030, 2047, all that. You see, 147 crore population, 60% youth, 2.5 lakh startups, only 131 in the unicorn club. There is no match. It's highly mismatch, right? So having the population, this global dividend, diaspora, then excellent facilities and infrastructure, everything, why we should, comply with those standards always. Recently, I think you might have heard from the news, our mangoes were rejected by Russia. So what do they do? If it is a doormat, if it is shoe, they can sell later. But by the time they come back, all mangoes are rotten, decomposed. So what do we do with that? So always these standards, we are unable to, meet those standards and quality compliances. Having this much population, youth, I think academic institutions and all the institutions, we should promote the baby corns. We don't want unicorn club, we want baby corn club. 1 crore, 5 crore, whatever our standard, because we have so many schemes. I think PM Mudra Yojana, starting from that, then PMEGP, there are number of schemes. So we have to give the entrepreneurial inputs in the curriculum, in courses, whether it is BA, BCom, BEd, any course, including BTech, BBA. In fact, we in India, we started MBA course first, then we started BBA. Likewise, MCA we launched first, then BCA. So we don't have that, foundational courses are, entry courses, introductory. So this entrepreneurship should be part of all the courses in graduation. In fact, +2 also, as introductory module, they will learn, and afterwards, this kind of, organizations. So you can handhold the students through internships and teach them. So your financial management and all these, schemes. So how to be a baby corn. So our standard is 1 crore. Instead of 1 unicorn, we will produce 100 baby corns. That should be the objective of academic institutions and all the key important institutions in MSME space. I think then we need not be bogged down by those things. So my best wishes to all of you, and I also wish the upcoming edition, 28th edition also, to be successful. And thanks for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you for all your inputs. Those were Dr. Glory and Mr. Jyoti. Please give them a big round of applause. They come all the way up to Pune to share their experience and thoughts with you all. And once again, thanks ICSA for all the efforts they put in, and great session, and when meeting you all at the 27th conference over here. Best wishes to all.
So officially, I am the very last person standing in between you and your lunch. But I'm really amazed, and I'm very, very thankful to all of you who are presently in this room and listening very intently to the discussion on a very, very important topic that we had. And the speakers have, thrown a light on the role of company secretaries. We tend to concentrate only on company law, and I keep on saying all the time, there's so much more to do. So I really want to keep it very, very short. And my thanks to the esteemed chair and the speakers for gracing the event and throwing light on such a very important topic, and especially because ICSI has been stressing upon the members to seriously think about entrepreneurship. So I just want to be very brief. The session has thrown very meaningful light on the MSMEs and startups, the increasing contribution towards nation building in general, and how it is the real catalyst for the economic development of the country. We have talked about the role of bond markets in unlocking the financial pathways for MSME and startups, exploring outreach strategies, market access mechanism, etc. We have also talked about the national perspective of government towards the MSMEs and startups, encompassing a wide range of schemes, subsidies, skill development initiatives, etc. Third, we have also talked about the fundraising and financial aspects critical to the growth of MSMEs. We have also talked about the importance of the role of company secretaries when it comes to the development of MSMEs, and especially the practicing company secretaries, because MSMEs are small, they're small organizations, they may or may not have a company secretary in employment, so it is it's a very big role that practicing company secretaries can play in the growth of the MSME network in the country, and especially leave impression behind in the nation building, and be the true catalyst for Viksit Bharat at 2047. I sincerely acknowledge the valuable contribution of our session chair in steering the discussion towards the central topic, and the distinguished speakers for throwing light and bringing their expertise to the stage. And your knowledge, experience, and practical perspectives have really elevated this session, that have kept our participants glued to the chairs. And also, like, I've been receiving messages from the virtual participants. We have about 6,000 virtual participants from all over India. So they are also listening intently, and they have also shared their thanks for this session. My heartfelt thanks to all the participants sitting here. And I'm confident that the discussion and learning from today's session will encourage all of us to take up serious steps towards entrepreneurship, towards development of MSMEs and startups. And thanks to all who are behind putting up this show. And in this final session, no event is ever successful for just one person or one team. There are hundreds and thousands of people behind it. There are the volunteers, there are the officials, there are the people who are setting the stage, there are people who are taking care of the IT part. There have been some glitches yesterday, but that was unprecedented. It was taken care of in some time. So thanks to all of you, and thanks to everyone from Pune, the participants, the Pune chapter, and WIRC for putting up a great show. Thank you very much, President. Ultimately, I really want to thank President. This is, I think, probably the first time in the history of ICSI an event, the registration for an event was closed more than a month before, and we literally got threatened by the President. Nobody will request for any backdoor entry of any participant. So, many of our friends also could not participate because they were going by the normal way of, delayed registration, and they could not participate. I must tell you, there are many members who have come to Pune because they had bought the tickets, but they could not register for the event. So they are here and they could not come to the event, but they are just enjoying Pune as a tourist. So thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of all the delegates, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers of this panel. I now request all the session coordinators, CS Dhananjay Shukla sir and CS Rupanjana De ma'am, to kindly come forward to felicitate our session chair. And for that, I'd like to request our respected President, ICSI, CS Pawanji Chandak sir, to kindly come forward as we felicitate our speaker and session chair, Shri K. Sarvanand sir, Chief General Manager, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Please put your hands together for our session chair, Shri K. Sarvanand sir. I now request our session coordinators and also invite CS Jatin Singhal, member NIRC, and CS Satish Virjibhai Bhanushali to kindly come on the dais to present a memento to our panelist, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia. I request our president, CS Pawanji Chandak sir, to kindly remain on stage as we present and felicitate our speakers. Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia, founder and MD, Resurgent India Limited. Please put your hands together for our speaker, Shri Jyoti Prakash Gadia. I now request our session coordinators and our president to kindly remain on stage as we also invite CS Deepti Joshi, member WIRC, and CS Sandeep Kulkarni, member Managing Committee, Pune Chapter, to join us on the dais as we present a memento to our panelist, Dr. S. Glory Swarupa. Please put your hands together for our speaker, Dr. S. Glory Swarupa, former Director General, National Institute for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Thank you so much, dignitaries. We now request all of them to kindly stay on the stage for a group photograph. We've now come to the culmination of these 2 days of the 27th National Conference of Practicing Company Secretaries 2026. Can we have a huge round of applause for this entire event? I thank each one of you for being an engaging audience, for the 6,000 members who's also joining us online, for the entire council members, for being such a support, the entire ICSI team. We all entered with enthusiasm, and today we're all leaving with a deeper resolve and a greater commitment to the CS profession. There's a very special announcement to be made. From the surplus generated in the year 2025 under the chairmanship of CS Rishikesh Wagh sir, WIRC of ICSI is contributing an amount of 2,01,000 rupees in the company secretary's benevolent fund. I request the entire WIRC members to kindly come on stage. Please put your hands together for the WIRC members. And I also request our respected President, CS Pawanji Chandak sir, to kindly come on stage as WIRC presents. And I request all the council members of the Central Council ICSI, Secretary CS Ashish Mohan sir, to kindly come on stage as WIRC presents the check of 2,01,000 rupees for the CSBF, the Company Secretary's Benevolent Fund. Thank you so much, members of WIRC. I request the Central Council members to kindly be on stage as we have yet another announcement. Pune chapter is transferring an amount of 1 lakh rupees to the CSBF. I would like to request all the members of the Pune chapter to kindly join us on the dais as they present the check of 1 lakh rupees and transfer it to the CSBF Company Secretaries Benevolent Fund. Can we have a huge round of applause for this contribution to the CSBF by the Pune chapter? Thank you so much, everyone. I would now like to request Secretary ICSI CS Ashish Mohan sir to deliver the formal vote of thanks and conclude this conference. Sir.
Thank you, Sanskriti. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. We are at the concluding time for the 27th National Conference of the Practicing Company Secretaries. We indeed had 2 wonderful days. Yesterday, our inaugural session was the session was inaugurated by Professor Dr. Gaurav Vallabh, who during his inaugural remarks has mentioned how the governance, how during this in the AI era, even the governance is really relevant. Then we moved into the first technical session with regard to IPR practices and procedures, and we were fortunate enough to have the address from Professor Dr. Unat Pandit, the Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademark. Then we moved on to the compliance in age of AI, and further we had a special session from CS Rupesh, and then the open house session, which was addressed by the President and the entire Council, along with yours truly. Then we had a great cultural evening yesterday. We were fortunate to have witnessed the cultural performance from the state of Maharashtra, and then we moved on to a musical evening. I think all of us enjoyed a lot here. Today morning, the second day, we started off with a very special session from where the 2 former presidents were addressing on the panel discussion on CS profession in the next decade. Then we moved on again for a panel discussion on disciplinary mechanism of ICSI, followed by the 3rd technical sessions with regard to strengthening stewardship through ESG and integration, and finally the 4th technical session with regard to catalyzing the growth for MSME and startups. For the interest of time, I'm not naming all the panelists and speakers, and I really thank the entire panelists for their invaluable contribution, and I'm sure there is a lot of takeaways for all of us during this session. Dear members, during this, for this entire conference, we have been supported by few sponsors. I would like to mention them. First, the Digital Trust Infrastructure India Limited, thank them for their contribution. AU Small Finance Bank, Lex Legis Solutions Private Limited, ONGC Videsh Limited, Boatpack Private Limited, BGSC Financial Limited. I would also like to mention a special mention for the great hospitality provided by the Hotel Conrad Pune. Thank you, the entire hotel, for the excellent services we have been provided with. I would like to special thank to the team ICSI, the entire team, both at the headquarters, the region, and at the Pune chapter, for their valuable support. And I must here acknowledge their work, because it has been almost like 2 to 3 months they have been working on it. And I'm really happy that we have put up a great show. Thank you, all of you. A special mention for the leadership and the leader from this city itself, our President Pawan Chandak ji. Though this particular city has got a great record of having large number of presidents, and we were fortunate to have this year's president also from this city. So I thank President for leading the entire show from the front, and he has been truly leading this from the front, because I have seen him working in the last 5 months, leading institute in various areas. And in fact, when we were coming here, he had a very tight assignment, finishing of one very important address, or I would not say it an address, very important assignment for dealing with the Companies Law Amendment Bill. Some things which I also can't disclose right at this moment, but I have witnessed the way he has presented that before many relevant people, which may have a very big impact in the coming days. I really thank President ICSI for all his initiatives. I thank the entire council members, few of them who are here. I thank them and for their support. A special mention to Sanskriti Anchor for entirely navigating these 2 days. Thank you. So I thank each one of you, each one of the delegates who are present here, who you are the force, you are the energy by which we are able to conduct these type of programs. And this time we had around 6,000 virtual participants also. I thank the members, both physical and virtual, who have supported us in this endeavor. And I look forward to meet all of you in our coming programs, especially the National Convention, which is in the Eastern region this time in Bhubaneswar. So looking forward to meet all of you there. Thank you, each of you.
Thank you, Secretary C.S. Ashish Mohanji. I would request the Directorate to please come on the stage. People should know who put in the hard work. So Lakshmi Madam, Anamika ji, Preeti ji, Dogra ji, all the team members, Sanskruti, please come on the stage. All the officers from RD, WRC office and Pune chapter office, please come on the stage. I request all the delegates to please give them a big round of applause for their efforts. After this, I would request the regional council members and the Pune chapter managing committee, and then all the chapter chairpersons and chapter managing committees who are present here to come for a group photo.